Few things before we get started. Tonight's meeting is all being recorded. Anybody that wants to use their own device to record should let us know in advance. Thank you. And any conversations that want to take place other than at this table should probably happen in the hall, just so we can pick up the discussion for the minutes. Thank you. Can I have a motion to?
Hold on one moment.
You always do that to me.
Yeah, sneak in.
Okay.
Let's see. 33 Friendship Lane is on consent twice for the same thing, so I think
What
we'd
number is it?
we'd like to take number 32 off.
Okay, strike number 32.
So moved.
Well, is that it, John?
I believe that is it.
Okay. So, Diane,
So moved.
thank you. All those in favor of Diane's motion to approve tonight's revised agenda?
Aye.
Is there any public comment at this time?
What about consent with conditions?
That's next.
Oh,
We haven't got to that yet.
Not there yet.
yeah, we're not there. We're still public comment. Any public comment? Hearing none. I will now move along to consent. And let's see, who needs to recuse from consent?
You,
I do.
me,
I do.
Steve, and TJ.
What? Say that again.
It's
Everybody but Abby and Diane.
we're the only two.
Uh-oh, that's a problem.
So, well,
You could just carve mine out.
if Diane wants to make a motion to take number 36 on consent and move it to the bottom, can we do that? Is that easiest for you?
Is that the only one I have
Yeah.
up?
And what are we looking at? Ross, Nina,
Yeah,
and Lincoln Street?
yeah.
Yeah.
So basically take it separate.
So I make a
No,
motion
he
to.
has two of them.
Where's the other
44
one?
clip.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Does anybody just have one?
Yeah, mine. It's, I don't know what number it is though.
Number 11.
11. So if we pull that, right?
all right. I make a motion to move 11 to the bottom of the agenda.
Well, we
Consent.
Consent. No, we want it off
would
consent.
isolate it. It's not going to be on the main body of
It
the.
was held for revisions and they haven't made any revisions, so.
They have not. So what we want to do with St. Mary's. Oh, okay. Again. So Stephen, why don't you just stay
Those
on all the signs? Okay. All right. So St. Mary's is a hold for revisions, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All those. Did somebody make a motion?
Me.
Okay. All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Great. And now Cottage Hospital.
This is Coombs, Camp, and Oliver.
Oh, so this was reviewed already.
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Can we just hear a report from the sign guy and cut to the chase?
Yeah.
Sure. At the last meeting, we talked about a list of concerns. Chris Young, by the way, from the Sign Advisory Committee. The new application that was submitted
No.
did address all of the concerns. With one or two asterisks. Going through the list, we had the freestanding sign that's on the street.
Is that
marking
VH1?
commercial- Yes, VH1, the change that we asked them to make in today's meeting was, and that's the traditional freestanding sign that has always been on both Prospect and Vesper. And we just asked that they go to a scroll type of armature as opposed to sort of they had these contemporary or fixed armatures top and bottom. We said just go back to the scroll type as it's been traditional, black iron, and the post, which was marked to be painted white, we asked that that go to platinum gray to match the building trim. So the post and
So it's
cap.
gonna look like the old,
The post?
it's gonna look like
Or
the
was
old
that
sign.
the post
Exactly.
for it?
VH1.
Okay, you're still on VH1.
VH1. So the sign is different in that the old sign was gray with sort of a gold leaf that had
Yeah.
faded, but so it's gonna be blue and white just to kind of go along with the campus signs. But the post itself will look like the old post as opposed to being a white.
Okay, and VH2, is that what you're
That's
doing next?
yes. On that, we asked that it be lowered. They went from about 6 feet down to 5 feet for overall height. Again, where they had white posts, we've asked for gray. We asked for the graphics on both sides of the signs to be shown, which they did. Of the three of that type, two of them are interior to the campus and close to the helicopter pad, so more out of public view from main traveled ways. So we weren't too concerned with locations 3 and 4. Location 2, we'll get back to that one. That's probably the only area that we have a problem with.
Which number is the one you have a problem?
Just sign number 2, we want to talk about that.
Oh,
Just
that's the
let you
blue and
guys-
red one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Moving on, all the other concerns regarding locations of the freestanding signs, the directional signs that we had, which are the little campus maps, so to speak. They've put 2 of them on the building to where possible. They've attached them to buildings, they've lowered them, and they're making the posts and frames be gray rather than white. So
And what, on the freestanding sign, Chris, that says exit 5, I guess, where's that one?
I'm sorry.
The one,
The
it's number
EX.
9.
Number 9.
Freestanding sign 5.
EX5. That is, there's 5 of those. There were 5 freestanding signs. Now there's going to be 3 because 2 of them were able to get attached to buildings.
Oh, good.
And the other 3 were lowered.
Good.
And gone from a white post and frame to a gray post and
Well,
frame.
I'm glad they came down a bit because I thought
So,
they were too
out
high.
of all of this, have you guys agreed to go with their recommendations?
Absolutely, yes.
So can we just,
Say 1
So-
through 11?
Would-
There's one number
with the
2.
exception of one that you wanna talk about,
Sure, everything else is approved. I'm just trying to
except
give
for
you the
number
recap.
2?
And that is, our concern on that one, it's the freestanding sign that denotes emergency entrance and main hospital entrance. As you can see on one side, it's got the wording emergency and main hospital entrance. This is page 5.02, sign location number 2, so the upper left hand. Side B is just emergency, and then the other half is just left blank. We're concerned, it's a freestanding sign, which is one of the types that we're most worried about. They're not allowed unless they're grandfathered. This is a public safety circumstance. We would like to see it. We questioned the ambulance only, if that was necessary, or excuse me, the main entrance portion of that was necessary. If it was just the emergency sign, it could be lower. We don't like the fact that there's a blank field on one side, and it's still higher than, even though it went from 6 feet to 5 feet, it's still higher than, we'd like to see. We're kind of using the airport entrance sign as our visual of what adequate signage can be.
Can it go down to 3 feet?
And I'll let them take it from there. That's our
Okay.
concern. Our concern is simply, there's also reflective material. They still, rather than lighting the sign, they'd like to use reflective applied
An
lettering.
applied
And,
blended lettering.
so we had some discussion about that back and forth. Is it better to light the sign? Is it better to have reflective material?
What did you come up with?
Well, it's sort of a 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. We're going to put that in your hands. We think that it would be the only reflective material that we can think of on the island on a sign, except for street sign, DPW type signs, as opposed to having it lit 24 hours a day or at least all night. And there is a cost consideration because it's not currently wired to be wired. There's no wire run to that location, so. They've said that there's a significant cost associated with adding that light. Our sort of recommendation was that if we were to mitigate the overall size by removing the main hospital entrance, it would sort of be the best compromise we could. I will let them explain
All right.
their position.
Who is going to tell us? John?
Yep, John Chewick here with Dave Kelly. Thank you. And the Sign Advisory Council, as Chris mentioned, probably a half a dozen times, we're fine with them. This one, and David and I left and we went and we made some phone calls and we visited, we were up at the hospital. This is the sign, that's, out on the street. There are two driveways. The first driveway as you're coming down, towards the hospital, is the emergency drive. The second one is the main hospital entrance. We talked to the site designers. We have the Department of Public Health coming out on October 19th. We called them, we looked at the regulations. We would ask that we leave the emergency arrow that leads you into the emergency room area and the main hospital where it cause you to drive by. We don't have that much parking up there. We absolutely want to separate those two types of experience out. We did look at the height of the sign to see if we could drop it, because we had done a site study from every direction. We could probably drop it a little bit, but I'll tell you exactly what they said was like around 3 inches more. I mean, we had dropped it over a foot. They said, sure, you could go down a little bit more because top of the post. We could try to bring the sign down a little bit more. Again, we have no, certainly your decision, but we have no issue with any of the other changes. We would like to keep, just how the site is laid out, would like to keep the differential that will clearly show to people, emergency is the first driveway. If you want to go for the main hospital, keep going straight and take the second driveway. That's why we got it.
Can I just bring one up and then we'll have the, who's sitting on this, John?
Coombs, Camp, and Oliver.
Okay. My question was the last time we met, whether it was a good idea to put the emergency and ambulance only on the same sign, because we didn't want people to be driving around to the ambulance exit, because it's a pretty tight one and only the ambulance is used. So I don't know what you were thinking of that, but that's one of the questions that I had. We'll start with Abby and see what she thinks.
Yeah, I mean, my thought about the emergency ward and the ambulatory, I think if we were gonna put, I think they should be lit from both entrances to the hospital, just because it's so dark around here, especially in the winter. And if there was a light on it and it wasn't just reflective, I think it would be seen a lot better. And I think it's an important sign when you're in an emergency.
Of all of them, yeah.
So I would vote for a light, at least on the emergency, on the VH2.
Okay.
It would be nice on the VH1 where it says Nantucket Hospital. And I think that's on.
That is.
That is actually
That is
lit.
lit.
The
That one is lit.
VH1, the sign, there's.
Is it lit from the ground up or
No,
does
it's
it have a thing on
down,
the?
it's down lit.
Okay, thank you. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Well,
I go with the sign advisory committee. I don't have a feeling one way or the other about the emergency room. I'm gonna surmise that they know what's best for us in an emergency. A light would be great, at least in the one on the road, but the other two, I don't care if it's reflective material, and that's it.
alrighty, I'm with Abby. I think it is what people who live here expect, to see a lit sign that they can see longer than as the car approaches and goes by. That would be my feeling on that. I would like to see them come down. You don't have a lot of planting there that is tall to knock the sign out. And if it's lit on both sides, whatever you can come down, I think 5 feet is high. It's sort of higher than what I think of as the signs there now. So, and that is sort of the height of your eye as you're driving in is not 5 feet, but it's more closer to 4 feet. So that would be what I would consider. So, and lit on both sides, as we said, and I don't know what the hospital thinks, but I do think it would be good if there was one sign there that said emergency, so if you're having your kid bleeding in the seat next to you, you don't have to decide whether you're headed for the ambulance only entrance or just straight into the emergency. Yes,
So just to make sure that it's clear, the only one that's on the street will be the sign location number 2. So that doesn't have the ambulance sign. I
Okay.
spoke earlier. Those 2 that refer to the ambulance are interior campus signs, so they're back by the helicopter pad. You've already
Okay,
answered.
yeah,
So that's a little bit better. At that point, you've passed the emergency room, for example.
okay, yeah,
Like,
so,
being-
Correct.
So
Right.
really our concern is more about sign location number 2 being having emergency and main hospital entrance on one side and only having emergency on the other side, so that you've got a large freestanding sign, and half of it is at least
is
in
there
one
some
direction,
reason
it's
why
a
you
blank
didn't
field.
put the main hospital sign on the other side of sign number 2?
Because you would be kind of misdirecting someone, because that one faces up Prospect Street towards the
You've
windmill.
gone past it.
So
Yeah,
you've gone past that entrance, and our concern, so the side A, you're sort of coming down Prospect Street from the windmill,
Right,
so
you're
I can
going-
describe it. So you want it to be clear for people that, here's the emergency is this entrance, and just past that is the main hospital entrance. So this is consistent with with kind of the overall site concept and design. And the concern too about people, if they're only seeing the emergency sign, they're automatically going down there. There's limited parking. It potentially creates a bit of a bottleneck, because then they have to circle back and out the entrance and around again. So to us, it's very important, and the Department of Public Health states this in their guidelines. You really need to have clear wayfinding to the main entrances of the hospital, and I think this is consistent with that.
well, I guess we don't really know with all that, so maybe we go with what the motion is, and then if there's continual problems of people having trouble finding where they want to go in the hospital, we'll reconsider as to what the wording should be.
Well, I don't think it would change the wording. The issue is, I think the request from the Sign Advisory Council was to drop the main hospital
Right.
entrance sign.
Right,
I think there are a couple things that just so the commission is aware. From a site layout standpoint, we would ask you not to do that. We have spent a lot of time, David is somewhat circumspect in what he tells people, but Canon Design's probably designed, and the architect, for a couple of hundred hospitals over the past few years, maybe more. Spent a lot of time sort of figuring out what this is and looking at site distances. We'd like to keep this sign. The problem with lighting this sign, you have to have it lit all the time. We did reflective to avoid that. The other side of it is, this was never programmed to have a light on it. We did ask Suffolk after the last meeting if we could light it. It's a $25,000 added cost for us to run the line and to do what we would have to do in order to light it. I know that's not necessarily the commission's focus, but it is a hospital, and it is not an insignificant cost to put a light on it. We were comfortable, and the regulatory community and Department of Public Health, who had seen these signs, was comfortable with it as a reflective sign as opposed to being a lit sign. So those are our two issues. As I said, we only have this one issue on this one sign.
what is the sign now? Is it reflective or lit? The one that,
It's reflective.
it is reflective as
Lettering.
it stands now. Well, I don't know what you want to do. We make some motion that'll cover the different problems.
I would motion to approve as submitted and amended by the sign advisory, per the sign advisory suggestion. On all of them except for this one, and I personally don't have a problem with it not being lit, but
So there's
What
a
about
motion.
you? Does that sound like, well, let's try it. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
All right, aye, so it will pass and it will go in as submitted following the sign committee's, requests.
Except for the last.
except for
So-
this one, and I think that maybe we have to work out something
Yeah,
on
Okay, oh,
this,
so, all right, that's
on
what I
this
was-
one.
Right, that's basically what we sent up here was approve everything, hold that one.
Yeah.
Hoping that we could have you guys weigh in. We're at an impasse. I don't think there's a solution that we're going to come up with that they're gonna like.
I do have a suggestion. Would it be possible for you to give us some real-life examples of what that reflective sign looks like? Because perhaps that would persuade other people to be okay with it.
I've actually asked our signage designer to reach out to the vendor to get, we would be doing a mock-up anyway, so to get it in advance of that, at least like a letter, like an E against the red
Anything.
background, so you could get a sense, because I think that is an unknown to everyone here about what the reflectivity actually is of this, so.
And I think
we
it
were
could
planning on
just
doing
solve
that.
the whole thing.
Yep.
so we have the motion was say as submitted following the sign committee's comments, which the comment is to hold sign number 2.
Right, that was
Yeah.
our
Yeah.
comment,
Okay,
anyway.
fine, thank you, and that is voted and approved. Thank you, thank you,
Okay, great,
thank
thank
you all
you.
for coming.
All right, we have one old business item, and that is the roof change. I
Thank you.
believe we were looking, thank you. I believe we were looking for a sample of the shingle. Is Eric McLaughlin here?
I saw him come in with a board.
Yes, I have a shingles.
Who's on this one, John?
This is Paul Coombs, Camp, Oliver, Welch or Dutra.
Oh, by the way, let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra joined us at, it was around 4:35, I think.
42 or something.
Yeah, oh, so you got that, Terry?
Paul Coombs, Camp, Oliver, Welch or Dutra.
I would suggest Welch since we're in the process of, or have been working on
Yeah.
shingles.
I like that.
Jesse's
Hi.
still an alternate.
Okay, so to remind you all, you had come in with a little teeny tiny photograph of this shingle, and we were just looking for a larger each picture. This is a little bit larger than what we were looking at before.
It will give
But
you a good idea.
It's great, yeah.
This reminded me, this is the which, what's the name of this
This
one?
one here is the estate gray, and it is the second choice of the Pappases, Eric McLaughlin for the record, Nicholas Pappas, the applicant. We're trying to change from a 3-tab to an architectural shingle, and it's just a matter of getting a sample of that. We're not going with on-island suppliers because the warranty isn't what the client wants. They want to go with a longer
Well, good luck with that.
warranty.
So you said this was a second choice, what was the first
Right.
choice?
It was called Sierra Gray, and it's more white. And I knew that wouldn't fly.
Okay.
So this was where I guided them, and that was the compromise. It looks similar to the neighborhood. The other choice by this manufacturer is called Honest Black, and it's very black. It's darker than the ones that are in the neighborhood.
I'm glad you're showing that as an alternate.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Make a
What do you
motion to
think?
approve Onyx Black.
motion's been made. Let me just see, is there any
Which black are
discussion on?
you choosing?
Okay,
That
so
one?
the darker
The other
one.
one, yeah.
Cause
Doesn't have the variegation.
Exactly.
I think
See, generally, when we did our whole thorough review of roof shingles, we were looking to try and minimize the amount of contrast from shingle to shingle, because it looked a
In the next 2
little
years.
made up, and you'll notice that onyx black is much more monolithic. Okay, so there's a motion on the table to approve the onyx black. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Sounds like you got it. There you go.
Thank you all
Thanks
very
so
much for your time.
Yeah, thanks
you.
for your,
Yeah, that's a lot of
diligence.
effort.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, first up on new business now, we have 14 Aurora.
The COA, oh, you have.
So, associate members,
Jesse's up.
let's do our rotation, okay?
Where's,
Unless something.
where's the one for the hospital? I don't have that.
So Jesse will be on this one.
I'm gonna have to recuse, I'm a neighbor.
Okay.
TJ's up.
Okay, TJ. Here
Welcome.
we go.
Hey Jeff, how you doing?
you?
Here you go.
Thank you.
Names for the record.
Oh,
Christopher Dalmas Design Associates, Jeff Lee, Jeff Lee, his last name,
L-E-E.
Who's it
L-E-E.
called? Solid glass.
Onyx.
Onyx.
I've seen this.
But it was architect.
Yep. I know what the brand was.
So, Chris, you wanna just give us a little snapshot?
This property is 15 Aurora Way, which is off of Hummock Pond Road. It's a cluster development. This property is somewhat unique in that it's down at the end of the cul-de-sac, and it's really the only lot where the houses won't be shoehorned in or in postage stamp lots. It's about a 13,000 square foot lot, and it abuts, directly abuts a significant amount of conservation land. It is a single-story house, and there are essentially three
Yours is on the same.
different structures that have sort of modest connections to really break up the mass. So it's not one overall mass that's additive, but we really split these apart from one another. In addition to that, and I think to kind of blend better with the conservation property, we're using cottage corners, and we're also, everything is gray, wood roof, white cedar sidewalls. So, which is sort of unique for the neighborhood, as most of the properties are white, but this will differentiate and I think sort of recede.
Look at the new
Well, most of the neighborhood is story and a half or 2 stories too, right?
Correct, yeah. This house is, I think, just a little bit by 3 inches under 24 feet in height.
Vibrant mixture with it.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris? The other thing you may want to just talk about a little bit is that it is outlined explicitly on your green is the Concom setback.
Yeah. If you look at the plan, you can't really see it in the elevations, but if you look in the plan, these three structures are kind of rotated. And there's a very good reason for that, and that, here's the property. Here are the individual we're calling these pods. This is a conservation setback here at the bottom, and this is a property line setback here. So basically, the shape and the configuration is actually dictated by particularly the conservation setback.
Oh, that's his own by group.
Which, you know, in talking, we talked about this, and we actually thought that if we could have put a straight building there, it might have been more massive, and it might have been actually connected as a telescoping structure.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Did you want to add anything, or you just along for the ride? Okay, have you all had a chance? You ready?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. I think for me, the only concern is there isn't anything that says this is the front door. I know there's a little walking path, I'm assuming that leads somebody from this parking area, but when you look at the house, it would be Is the front door, Chris, the one shown on,
Go to sheet A5, lower right-hand corner, 6, main pavilion, north elevation.
right,
And it's a little bit of there's a covered porch there. I don't know if this, I can pass this around, but this will sort of give you a 3D
cool.
view of it.
well, so could that door have a little more presence to it? To read as a front door? Maybe some more trim, and instead of it being all glass like the rest of the door is just something a little bit different. I think the massing of this is great. I love the cottage corners. That is really my only concern.
Thanks, Val. Diane?
I was wondering why we have, a few different windows. We have 2/2s, then we have 6/6s, and then we have 2/4/6 pane doors. Is there some way of getting them all sort of in the same area? The house will be quite visible from 82 Hummock Pond Road, which is a public entry, right?
I don't think you can see it at all. It's way at the end of Aurora.
I know, I'm talking about a piece of property that is 82 Hummock Pond Road that is all behind Aurora. And I just,
On the town side of Aurora? Is it off, I can't picture where 82 Hummock Pond Road is.
it's the junkyard.
Well, I believe Jesse's property is between this property and the so-called junkyard.
No, well, the junkyard sort of surrounds him, so it's just a thought, but I do think that would
And
be some.
also, in addition to that, excuse me,
Yeah.
there's another lot that abuts this property to the west, or on towards the junkyard side.
Right.
That will
That
eventually have a
belongs to
house
the
on it.
junkyard also.
No,
This is a private piece of property. You're talking about the one on Aurora, right?
yes, one in Aurora.
Oh, the one on the road. 'Cause
So
the
if
one-
you're on the circle, if you're going clockwise
Yeah.
around the circle, it's the next house, which is sort of between Hummock Pond Road and this piece of property.
Right, because there is a vacant lot just on the west side that belongs to 82 Hummock Pond Road also.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about, yeah, I don't think you could possibly see this house from there.
Okay, I would like to see maybe some consistency in the windows. We have 3 different types of going sizes.
Okay? Is that it, Diane?
Yeah, I like the way it goes and its massing and all the rest of it. I just would like to see some consistency in the windows. And I'm not sure, talking about that, on which thing is this?
West.
West. Is west visible from anywhere? Are we looking at west as not being visible?
Well, there's, as I said, to the west, there's an additional current vacant lot.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the address is 13 Aurora,
Mm-hmm.
which will have a house on it. And then beyond that, everything else is built going to the north
Right.
and going in the other direction as well. So besides that one vacant lot that I just mentioned next to 15, this is the only other vacant lot. So everything else is built out. And I didn't know where else you could see it from. I mean, we can't.
There's
Jesse's
2
house,
places where you could have a few more windows on that particular elevation, that's all.
You mean on the west?
Yeah, so
Okay,
that's it.
thank you, Diane. How about you, TJ?
Sure.
I think like Ray pointed out, you're up against like a tough wetland line here, and I think that's maybe what led to the pond designs, spreading it out in different angles and everything. I think you've done a lot of that right, because I don't think it's gonna read that way as additive massing from the street. My one hang up on it, you've done a lot right, as a summary. My one hang up on it was sort of what Val had mentioned about the entry door, because I think we are gonna see that, and I'd also, like to find a way for you to almost develop the narrative of this, like as it may have happened, and put that entry door on the main body of the primary mass in the middle and not at part of the bump out. So it could almost tell a story that, that was there first and this came added onto, and not so much like you planned it all in the beginning, if you read me. That's all I have. I think you've done a lot right there on the layout.
Thanks, TJ. Abby.
I think it's very nice design. I like the clean, minimal, sort of modern approach to a Nantucket style house. And that's why I'm okay with the, uncorbelled shingle and some of the sort of more modern elements.
Uncorbelled chimney.
Uncorbelled. What did I say?
You said shingle, but you meant
Oh.
shingle.
We know.
Sorry. I wanted to ask you, the casing is gray, and the sash is what color?
Gray.
Gray as well? Okay, and, the only comment I had, and then I'm not, this is gonna keep me from voting for it, but, the connectors with the French doors, the roof seems a little, I could see a little more height on it.
There's sections through those.
Yes.
A5.
Yeah, I just thought that the height could be a little bit, steeper.
Actually, it does look like you could do that without effect, like there's no window. Oh, that's the one?
Just
There's one.
here and here, it just seems a little shallow, and if it wouldn't be quite such a jump from, your connecting pieces. If it was just a little higher, it would seem a little more, but that's not a deal breaker. Just suggestion.
Thank you, Abby. And for my part, I think this is a fabulous design. I wish we had more one-story, simple buildings coming in. I also like the fact that it's broken up to appear like multiple buildings. So I think, and added to that, the idea that the gray trim cottage corners, it's like all the stuff that we hope to get from an application. So I have no concerns. So would somebody care to make a motion on this? Have anything
Can I
that you
make
want?
one
Yeah,
comment? Sorry.
sure, go ahead.
So I know what you're saying about the height of the connector roof, or the pitch rather, but I think one of the elevations shows that it blended into the shed addition, which
It
was
still
at the
could,
same
though.
pitch.
If you carried that up.
So it would be at a different pitch and different connection to the main roof if you did that.
I think more importantly, I don't think you can see them from Aurora Way. I think they're concealed by the masses, by these pods, as we call them.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think they'll.
So it's really gonna look
And
like
the-
three little
Well,
buildings.
she wants it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just looked a little shallow to me.
I don't disagree.
Mr. Chair, could I make a public comment?
Sure.
So as a neighbor, I think it's gonna be a great addition to the neighborhood. It's a great design.
Neighbors never say that.
I know.
Single story, you can't go wrong.
Thank you, Jesse.
Commentary, Diane, on the windows, and intentionally, those windows in that additive piece on the east elevation are 6/6, and the kind of thinking was that was an additive that was sort of a porch, that it had been filled in with windows, and we thought that it was appropriate to distinguish them from the 2/2s, and to kind of give the property and the design a little bit more interest. And we looked
right,
at it.
I just wondered why, of the three
Yes.
on the,
And also on the doors, we intentionally really worked to have the lights in the door is basically be proportional to the lights in the 2/2 windows. So that's the derivation, the evolution of that.
So,
Some
but
of them
the
are very
front,
good. The W isn't quite as good as, what's, is this got
that's a
a,
V.
the V, those are perfect. So nobody's going to have that much time to look at the size of the
No,
windows.
but is there any support for like a more prominent front door?
Yes, I think that's a good idea myself.
So what would you like to do with that? Because, so the front door is visible.
Right.
You know, if anyone has seen that perspective, you can see it from Aurora Way. So what would you like to, were you gonna say something?
Well, I have a thought, and we've done this before, and kind of with French doors, but to take it from, it's right now a 6-light door, and let's convert it to a 4-light door. In other words, leaving the upper 4 lights and then doing a panel below, so it's differentiated between the others, or amongst the others.
Yeah, but then you lose the whole float of the whole.
A front door is typically you know, we make other people do more
Okay.
trim and
Whatever.
Let's see, 2 people shared that concern. Let's see, did you share that concern, Diane?
Yeah, I
About
think
the entry door being different
a
from the-
little different. I think that it sets off the house and it makes more point of it.
So what do you think of Chris's counter proposal?
well, I think if you keep the glass the way it is and you just block out the bottom, that's not gonna be as successful as,
If you take 4 and leave 2 at the top and still put a little extra trim around it, it's not going to look like one of the windows or the French doors. It has no statement that it's
I
the
kinda
front
like
door.
that's what I kind of like about this. You don't know which is the front door. I hate to go over everything we always say, but this door goes with the rest of it. And it's, if you start putting in some of the, the usual stuff, then it's not gonna be as cool.
you can have a 4-panel door or
4-light,
a
1
door
panel.
with 2 lights at the top that will work just fine.
I'll make a motion.
I make a motion to approve with the front door somehow being differentiated from the rest of the
Could
door.
you be a little bit more specific? Give us
A little more
give us
trim
something.
and less glass.
Okay,
Yeah,
but my concept of essentially eliminating the 2 lights at the bottom of the door and making that a panel.
Yeah, I don't think that proportion is,
It should be the
match the 2
reverse.
over 2
It should
better
be
than 4 light.
2
1
at the
handle.
top and panels, the double panel on the bottom. And it doesn't have to be a fancy trim, just a more solid trim around it
So.
that says, here's your front door.
Right, so I think Diane is just suggesting that you have more of a frontispiece, not a, traditionally rendered frontispiece, but more substantial trim around the door than just your 1x4 casing.
That's easy.
Okay, that's easy. And then in terms of the glazing of this door, I would be more in favor, well, that was somebody's proposal. That was Chris's
Mine.
proposal.
oh,
Chris's proposal was to knock out the bottom 2 panels, do a 4-light, which would look like the 4-light or 2/2 windows immediately adjacent to it. That's Chris's proposal.
Mine?
Not Diane. Abby's drawing the same thing on hers, and
My proposal was 2
2.
lights and the rest panels, so it would be 2 panels and 2 lights.
2 vertical panels.
Yeah.
With 2 lights
1,
above.
2, and then the 2 lights at the top would be.
Okay. So, you guys wanna take that or kick it around some more?
We're so close here.
Yeah,
I
we're
know,
so,
I
we're
know.
so close, this is
yeah,
crazy.
so give
I
us
want you to walk
something.
away with
Asking
that.
for a front door
Yeah,
is not a
Can I
killer.
try one?
A motion?
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go
can
for
try.
it.
I guess my motion
No,
died.
oh no,
Oh.
I'm so sorry. Well, but no, so your motion sort of went off because we need clarification on exactly what we're requesting as a change.
Might I
Say it again, John.
Suggest
Yes.
that Abby can make a friendly amendment that describes the door. You accept it, and that becomes the motion.
All right, so it's still Val's motion, correct?
Yeah,
All right.
but all you're doing is a friendly amendment that would, I guess you're talking about
Which is
describing the
what?
door?
No, it's,
Okay, so, go.
could you repeat yours, because I just don't want to.
I just asked, I wasn't trying to design it for him. I don't think just taking the two bottom panels, the proportion means then there's more glass than panel.
So so what are you proposing? I'm sorry.
More solid than glass.
Okay, so
She's in the
panel.
Diane school where you
Okay.
keep the two top panels and you go for this all wood in the bottom.
and were you also for more trim on?
I think we're unanimous in the frontispiece department. So,
I'll go along with that.
You know, here's the thing, you can come back with a different door if you want later, but I can't vote for this as
Okay.
a door.
So basically, maintain the two lights at the very top, at the head of the door,
Val's
and then
motion,
two vertical panels
Yeah.
below
Yes.
that.
Yeah, so.
correct,
Like a craftsman
With-
almost.
slightly larger trim around the door.
This
Is that like
this
5/4 by?
this is going into the
Is that
minutes.
like 5/4 by 6?
Like
Does
that?
it need to have a
That's
back
5/4
band?
by 6. That's
Is that
it.
what you want?
That's the motion right there.
And
Okay.
if John was here, it would be totally
Yeah,
solid.
I
No,
know.
well,
Let's not go there.
well,
Okay.
okay.
Okay. So, Val, that's
I
your
make
motion?
my motion, that's
Okay.
my motion.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Through staff.
Aye. Through
Aye.
staff, of course. Aye. All right.
Thank you very much.
Maybe we'll see you again. Thanks. Okay, 45 India. Twig? See you, Chris.
India.
Hi.
How do you do? Oh, okay. So that was TJ on that, so we're around to you, Steve, on that. Okay? Welcome.
Alyssa, ALYSSA, Corey, CORRY, for Twig Perkins.
Just got finished.
Oh yeah, it's finished now. There's an attachment, or some people should, or we should have it, that has, John's already done an inspection of it, and he, found
Oh.
some differences from the original plans
Got it.
and what is there now.
Because it looks fabulous. I just
Oh,
drove by it.
thanks.
I dropped that gorgeous.
I noticed the wart doesn't show.
It's right on the corner
drawings.
of Gardner there and India Street, in case anybody
Yeah.
doesn't know. So there was just a couple, I think some things were just a miscommunication between the original plan and what Twig had envisioned and what he did, and then other things, I mean, I can go through each.
I'm not sure that's necessary. Everything's bubbled very clearly.
Okay.
But let me just read HSAP comments. North elevation prefer 3/6 as approved 6/3. It just says others prefer approvals but ... That's it. Okay, so what do we think as a board?
So they prefer 3/6, because that's what it is, 3/6.
Well, I think that they were preferring the original approval.
Oh, but it's easier, Twig says it's easier to open a window when it's,
What about,
I'm with them.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
what
Anybody
about the
ready to
door
start?
Yeah.
into the
Okay,
rear?
Steve.
You see that?
Oh, I have no
Yeah, I don't
concerns.
think we can
Great.
see it.
I don't either.
Abby.
What's
Yeah, well, you
the-
just said you loved the building, so.
What's the box, the wart?
so they have a hood vent, because that's where their kitchen is on the inside, and there was just, we had to have an external blower for that hood vent, so it's the only place that it could go, really. For building code, we needed a blower and had to put it out that
Perhaps,
way.
What?
I was just gonna say, perhaps before you built it, you would have come back here,
That's very visible.
because it's not something we approved.
Right.
It's not covered in shingles?
It is shingle.
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So can you
Oh.
It's,
see it
there's
as
a picture.
Does it read as a vent, or does it read as
Let's
shingle?
take
It
a
looks
look.
like a
Reads
little
as a
shingle
box.
box, like a little.
Halfway up above
wow.
the door.
Which is right on the street.
It is, and we didn't realize that the hood vent that they ordered, which was this fancy kind of hood vent, didn't come with the blower built into it, so it was something that had to be added after.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to retract my comment about no concerns.
Can we,
And I'd like to suggest that they put some lattice up there.
On top of the shingle, you mean?
Just around it and on top of it, and it's gonna get disguised and go away, and you're never gonna know it's there when they plant it.
how about if they just put a tree there?
Or a tree there. I think lattice would work.
Yeah, I just don't want them to, with a tree block the window, the kitchen window next to it, I just don't wanna.
Well, how do you feel about the lattice idea?
The lattice,
Sounds like this is your only concern.
It's right there, this thing
Oh,
right
I know,
here.
but that is where the stairs, it is not a door.
Well,
No, it's a
I know
window.
No, I mean,
these
before that.
big
Looks like a
deluxe
door, doesn't it?
uh,
No, I know that.
blowers always need an exterior vent to get the stuff out.
Yeah, it just literally on the street. So I think if
How
you
far does it
camouflage
project
on the
out, do
street-
you know?
it's about 6 inches, I believe.
So, Stephen, are you suggesting running lattice like flush with that and then down to the ground kind of thing?
Yeah, I would suggest a lattice panel that just kind of covers that wing to some extent, to some height, and then you just replicate that same pattern as if you've made the panel and you cut out the section where the bump out is, you put the lattice on, and then you put that piece that you cut out on top of the bump out, so that when you're looking at it,
Oh, I see.
you see the
So the
same
lattice is
horizontal,
flush.
vertical, right, you would see it would be flush to the main structure, and it would be on the bump out, and it would therefore it would camouflage by a pattern.
I got you.
Almost like a little trellis, you mean, more
Yeah,
than
yeah,
lattice?
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like a 9 inch on center, 1.5, 3/4 inch thick, something like that.
Are you gonna write
Not
this in the
some-
notes so that I take notes?
Twiggle no.
Okay.
Just like the fence panel, but a 6 inches on center, or 9. I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Chairman?
Well, look,
you
they
wanna
have
know
lattice
something?
right
Yeah,
there.
they do.
6
In the
would be better.
picture, right there is
Yeah,
lattice.
the fence. That's the fence.
Oh, that's the fence.
Yeah,
you
so if
see
you
that?
just
Take that and put it over
Okay.
top of that.
you know
Okay.
But not just on the box, like
No, no.
down.
All the way
whole
down.
thing.
yeah, it would be the
Yeah.
whole wall,
No.
but it
Do
would
an
be
exhibit A.
yeah. So
That would be great.
What about going up, the dormers going up to the ridge?
I don't want to put any lattice on those.
Why not?
You know, yeah, that's it. That's what he's suggesting, that's what he's drawing. I don't mind that. John, surprised you saw that. How did you see
Yeah,
that?
nice pickup.
He's
Sean.
a inspection Nazi.
Building with Nantucket in mind.
Although I'm not sure when that rule came into play.
Yeah, not since the beginning, for sure.
And then you can put a climbing hydrangea on it. It'll be beautiful, and it'll be hidden, and it doesn't. It's not invasive to the
Okay,
shingles.
let's move it along. So,
Okay.
are we,
What about the windows? Are they 3/6 or 6/3?
well, so they were approved as 6/3, and they were installed as 3/6. But Twig is correct in saying that it's easier, you're always lifting the bottom sash, never the top. And it's easier to lift a 6-light bottom sash than it is a 3-light, because the 3-light always kind of shimmies.
Okay,
So we're
motion to
approving
approve per exhibit A.
Should I just, maybe I'll take a picture of that with my phone and then I can
Oh.
pass that on to
Stephen,
your
would you
drawing.
mind?
It's not anything pretty.
Okay, so,
Just so I.
did somebody make a motion?
I
for
just
me?
did, per
Okay.
exhibit A.
All right, so the motion, Abby's motion is to approve everything as per Exhibit A, which shows trellis masking over the vent on the side of the building.
I guess
And
it's
the 6, the
Do you
3/6?
want it all the way up to
Well,
the?
they
that
requested
roof?
that and
Or you're
we're
just doing it as
approving
an
it
example?
as built, so.
Right. As built, so that's
As
what this is
built.
going, and the same with the dormers going up to the ridge.
Correct.
Right.
We okay with that? Okay, so everybody All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
So it's applicant determined, so we can only snap a picture of that now.
Steve and I would assume that you were in favor of that
Yes.
motion. Thank you.
And then that'll be on file with John.
Okay,
Okay, perfect.
thanks.
All right,
We're all
thank you.
set. Thank you. 9 Willard.
Thanks, Val, sorry.
Okay, we're back to you, Jesse. Hello, William.
Bill McGuire for the applicant.
Welcome, Bill. Thank you. We got green tape.
It's, no concern.
I thought this one was good.
This is jewelry.
Or, and,
Just go ahead.
I missed your call.
there's always time.
A lot of time
It's
left.
underneath. Yeah, existing deck, yeah. Right here, see how it's open?
Did I say H had no concerns? I did.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What you got, Bill? William?
On Willard Street, facing the large grassy area,
Yep.
there's a second floor porch, and the owners want to extend the first floor, so it's infilling the bottom part of the second floor porch,
Okay.
basically.
Got it.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Everybody good? Jesse, you good?
Yeah, I'm
Diane,
good.
you good?
Yeah.
Abby, you good? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
There you go.
That's all it is, I'll take so much time. Thank you. Hey.
Yeah. Ethan,
Ethan, welcome.
7 Walsh.
Mr. Chair, I just announced if anybody was here for the consent. On the
Oh.
consent agenda, they've all been passed. I don't know if anyone's here, but make that announcement.
That's a good announcement, I like it.
We're a good crowd tonight.
Ben,
Okay.
Would you like to explain what you're doing?
New
No, I'm
house.
teasing.
Okay, so this one's to TJ.
Yeah, I'm just teasing.
Fill up.
Okay, while you guys are using
That's
this,
from the library. Where's that went away? It was David Morrison's.
It's the one I was
That's
using.
what was
Yeah,
here.
I looked on the map, it's outside the boundary.
Right.
Hey, sorry, John,
Yep.
our applicant here, our representative is saying that this is outside of outside of the old historic district.
I mean, it's outside because I went on the maps online.
And you weren't looking at the zoning map, right?
No, I was looking at the HTC boundary,
Yeah, it's about a house or two outside of it.
and that's why I used the Anderson windows.
Well, that's good to know. So,
Because that's why I asked.
should I read these comments?
It's, right on the edge of the.
Well, it's actually.
All right, I'm gonna read these comments, but I want everybody to keep in mind that HSAB, it's really not in the old historic district, it's just outside of it. Says, out of scale with neighbors, massing is shown as 2-story with, overwhelming neighboring bungalow structures and 1.5-story immediately adjacent. Concern that flood elevation shown is incorrect and will force an as-built height situation at the tail end of construction. I guess they're saying that the elevation you're building to is lower than?
I don't know, the elevation was given us by the surveyor, we went
All right,
before them
well,
first, they told us our
I
heights.
trust that.
This
Yeah.
one, this one.
Also, they failed to mention the house on the other side is a full 2-story.
Okay.
Well, I have pictures of all the houses
Yeah.
around you and what their width is and what their square footage is, so I'll pass
And
those around.
Did you do that?
What?
Did you
I did this
compile that?
myself when I was
Oh.
looking.
Thanks. That's
I mean,
helpful.
normally I don't do tall houses, but the surveyor gave us the elevation height to start from, and then we went up.
take the wait.
He is right, there are quite a few tall houses. What there isn't though, Ethan, is anything this wide. I think this is
Need long, length, right?
Well,
along
she's
the
looking at
road
the
with,
west elevation.
yeah, there, maybe the longest one is 10 feet at least, less.
Hey, this is not an empty lot, right?
Yes, it is.
It is.
There was a house on this that got ripped down and the lot got split in two. The house in the back is new, under construction.
On Willard.
Yeah,
It's your house.
I know.
Okay.
It's a nice little bungalow.
All right, great.
But I was surprised at how many tall houses there are, and you can see, it's just really, for me, a width along the street of concern.
And is that the extent of your comment?
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Abby, you ready?
Well, I didn't go on a
Is this
visit,
the
so,
width?
but in my mind's eye,
How
I'm
wi-
thinking
how wide
that
is
that
it?
area has smaller buildings, like building and a half, like the bungalow style, so,
She has some pictures.
It's all mixed, the whole neighborhood's mixed.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I have nothing on the design, it's a beautiful design, I just wonder if it's too large.
It's gray.
over 60.
Well, it's gray, don't change
Step in the
that,
right direction.
yeah, so I'm just concerned
See,
about,
here's the footprint.
I think I'm concerned
Right.
about the general size of the building, when I think about houses I know on that,
It's
in
because
that
of the
area.
flood zone, like, they stick it so high up out of the ground.
17 walls.
Yeah,
Okay,
It's not the biggest, though.
let's see, was it
Front
TJ?
of the
That's me, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
side just-
So I gotta say, it is a nice looking house. But I have to agree with these two that the width along the,
See there,
Yeah.
Wall Street is a little bit long. I think like 5 feet
houses around.
drawn in, 5 to 10 feet, more narrow would work pretty well for you. I mean, you can almost turn the corner on that porch if you brought the bump out in 5 feet. I don't know if you can do that, I haven't seen your floor plan, but
It's right there.
that's my general comment, is that it's a nice looking house, but I think it's gonna overtake a little bit being, so wide.
Thank you, TJ. How about you, Diane?
I think that it's wide. I also like, there's no additive massing except the porch. I'd like to see it come down. It's, I don't know, 60 feet long or wide, whatever you want to say. All at, except for that porch on both sides added. I don't know,
64.
64 feet. That is long for our buildings. I don't know how you can shorten it up. If you've got enough room to telescope something off. There are the wart and the porch, but I'm not sure that that's enough. It's quite a massive building for this location.
Thank you, Diane. So, I share the
Oh.
general concern. Oh, did you have more?
I
ahead.
forgot to mention, sorry, the G windows are, I don't know whether the E window is better on the, what window shows it the best. On the south elevation, if you look at the G windows, they're very square,
Yeah.
chicolati looking.
Which one's G?
G looks like.
Or E.
Oh, it's an
It's the
egress.
north, you have
Egress.
G,
Yeah,
E,
well, one of them, you're drawing, it's a faux double hung.
right.
It's actually a
Is that
basement window.
Is that the E or the G?
That's the E is the faux.
Is the
Matching
perchance,
And
all
the
right.
G is, what are those, fixed? They almost look like fixed panels.
Which one?
The G windows.
No, the G's are double hungs. All G's are double hungs. The ones that are E are the egress that are the false check rail.
Okay. I think,
I can narrow.
I shared Diane's concern that they are wide in relation to the other.
Those are my favorites.
Okay, so were you okay, Diane? with
Yeah.
that?
I'm not gonna design for you, but they're
And
my
so,
favorite.
just to reiterate, I share the general concern about the width of the building. I think it's a well-designed building, so you have a little bit of homework. Shall we? Oh, I'm sorry. Come on
Not
up.
that. I'm with you.
Mr. Chair, can you give the name for the record?
Chair. David Buckley with Cohen & Cohen, representing a butter to the north. And we share some of the concerns of the commission, particular with respect to the height and the size of the building. The neighbor doesn't want to oppose the construction, they just want something that's a little more appropriate for the neighborhood.
I think we got him on that.
Okay. Nothing more specific than that.
That's it.
Okay.
Height and size,
Yeah. That seems to have been the general concern of this board.
came to that ourselves.
Okay, thank you. All right, can I have a motion?
Well, motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good. All those in favor about this motion?
Aye. Do you
Thanks.
want these for the file?
2 North Beach.
This one's smaller.
Oh,
This one's perfect.
They're always better.
okay,
bigger
so
ones.
let's see, that was TJ, so it's to you, Steve.
Yes, sir. I'm not saying DC's.
They had, now, are we in,
This one, I think we are, it says right on.
Yeah, this one
This
is.
is called LC, but maybe, I don't know.
all right. So they were about to say no concerns and then they crossed it out.
Why?
It says improvement but hide gas tank, show AC and tank enclosure like outdoor shower enclosure.
Well, they are,
Don't like visible platform.
okay.
You don't have to start out by responding to this comment, just give us a.
I would say that this addition is perfectly scaled to this house. I have no concerns with the addition, and in terms of the mechanicals, I'm sure Ethan can come up with something that will,
I mean, you may wanna make it more look like a shower, the panels right to the floor, right to the ground.
I don't know, what is the thing that's on a platform next to the tank?
Those are the AC units. Right now, the AC is in the front yard. We're putting in the back. We can't really see it.
And then what's the other thing right next to it? A dog door?
That's
I
existing.
can't see that.
Oh.
See the
Oh,
drawing
I see,
above?
existing.
What is that?
See the drawing above? That's existing.
I know, but what is it?
I don't know. They're just
Oh,
the vents that go under the house.
okay.
Oh, is it a relatively recent house?
This was built in the '60s.
Oh.
So.
But
So
they
it
did
wouldn't
some
have been a
work on
breakaway
it
house.
a few years ago.
No, it's a concrete block. It was raised when they did the
you.
Point Breeze Hotel renovation.
Mhm.
The family, this was their house, and it was the first one in the whole neighborhood to get raised.
I think
That's
you
not-
can
I bet
just
it is
put
a
a fence
breakaway
around
plan.
that gas tank and.
A fence around the gas tank? Sure.
What did you do about it?
Okay, somebody wanna make a motion?
Motion to approve through staff with some fencing around the, gas tank.
Gas tank, gas tank and something else? Oh, the AC, right?
Instead of the platform thing?
Is the only thing, I'm sorry, I already rolled up my drawing, but the only thing that we're trying to conceal at this point, the oil tank or the gas tank?
Propane tank, I don't have a problem with it, there's some, that whole little block is summer. You have a motion, I'll support the
Okay.
motion. But Ethan, I just wanna make a point out before we do that, for your own sake. You've got the chimney shown in your existing east and north, but not in your
We want to take
proposed.
it out.
Okay, so Just-
You're
no,
removing
no.
this chimney?
shadow
Yeah.
bubble.
I noted it on the application.
Oh, it's on the application,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, I just didn't wanna get hung up on
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That was what was gonna happen.
Steve's correct. If it's coming out, we should
Yeah,
see
well,
it.
sometimes I bubble and you're like, what's this?
Yeah, no, I know.
Did we already approve the removing the chimney? Or is that's?
That's part of
No,
this.
it's part of his.
That's part of
proposal.
this?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a,
well,
it's a really not, it's not it's a horrible looking chimney.
Why is it a horrible looking chimney?
I don't know, I viewed it, that was my
I
assessment.
stand with my motion. Motion
Okay.
to approve through staff with some fencing going around the tank
And bubble the chimney.
and bubble the chimney
been removed.
removal.
Sounds
Aye.
good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, 10 Rosemary.
The house that we, the flooding, right?
This is left
Did
over
you
from-
say anything what the flooding
yeah.
it was?
Just
Why-
seems
Why was
good.
Do you want it?
speaking about it, come in and ask what?
Yeah, I didn't understand
Oh,
that.
I'm on this one.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
Hey, Zach.
How we doing?
Good.
Good.
How are you?
Well.
Jesse, you're up.
Sir.
Zach Dussault representing 10 Rosemary Way LLC and Marco Banyan. So we have a commercial lot off of Novadear on Rosemary Way, all the way in the back. There's some photos I just brought. We have an all-black shingle roof, and we're hoping to just put some panels on the upper dormers.
Which face the street?
They're east and west, yes. It faces Novadear on the east. The west is, I couldn't find a street that was visible on the west elevation.
Where are the pictures of the town?
It's pretty far back then.
Here.
Above the students. And they're looking right at them.
Well, I will say this, in a commercial, mixed commercial zone, I think it's a little more forgivable on the front, and the fact that they are on the dormer and they're complete, it's a black roof, I think is making a huge impact in a positive way. You know, they're not all over the place.
This
They're
actually
just-
reminds me a little bit, this was ages ago, but do you remember the one we did on the barn at Ernst Landscape?
Yes,
Right off of Old
yes.
South? Set back
Yeah.
on black roof,
Yep.
facing Old South Road, and you can't even tell we're there.
Yep.
Is it on the right side of the building on those dormers?
Do you get a photo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Before- Oh, I didn't.
It's on both
Flip the
doors.
page, the elevations will show you exactly where we're proposing.
But
On the
they're
photo
going on the
page.
dormers, right?
Yes, they're all going on the
It's
dormers.
on this one and,
Two dormers?
East and west, actually all,
Oh, there's some on the back that we don't
Yeah,
even,
there's-
we won't
But-
even see.
but
here and here.
those are the visible on the south elevation, or east
Okay.
elevation.
Is the east a good location to put solar panels?
It's actually, it's kind of skewed, so it's actually southeast, so actually the east side is better than the west side in this
I got it last
application
minute,
for the availability.
Yeah, see, they can put them on other sides. He always
I can
tells
go
us he
first.
can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ten.
Footnote that.
Okay, so everybody listen to Abby's,
Yeah.
Abby's giving her comments.
Okay, so I think because it's, like Val says, it's a mixed neighborhood of commercial and residential, and that it goes from roof line to roof line of the dormer, and that the existing is like black asphalt. It's got all the checks that
Mhm.
we like, so I'm in favor of this application.
Thank you. Jesse, right, you?
I have no concerns. Should I make a motion?
Well, let's just make sure, let's go around the table. Diane?
No, in the, because where it is set and the success we had with the other one on Old South Road, I would go with it because it does extend the full length of the dormer roof. If it didn't, or it was squeegeed and stuff, I wouldn't, but I think this will be hard to detect.
Thank you, Diane. How about you, Val?
I'm good.
Okay, so I believe Jesse was gonna make a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Great. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, 28B Evergreen. Looks like a lot.
What's that?
Plans aren't stable.
Okay.
So,
Here.
if
Maybe I got rid of, this is.
if the two of you could just give your names to Terry for the record.
I'm Seth,
maybe.
this
Give
is
me
Diane, and this is Colette.
Thank you.
Nice collection of
TJ, it's you.
Yes. In full disclosure, I have something on the 28A evergreen, but it
28A.
feels like I'd be unbiased if they want somebody else to be on there.
Thanks for announcing that, but so you don't feel like you have a bias?
No, I do not think
Okay,
so.
very good.
What's the dark around the windows? Is that just a drawing thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
probably.
Here.
I have no concerns.
Have you, okay, I was just gonna ask some basics like the colors, I guess that doesn't matter.
What is the ridge height? Does anybody know?
Well, you know, I just measured it, well, I saw the 28.8, it says top of sill to peak. And I thought, well, if that's the top of the plate, like the first floor plate, then we'd have to add 2 feet, which
Oh,
would put
yeah.
it over the height. But this is scaling at 29. So assuming these drawings are correct, building from the ground up to the peak would be 29 feet. You may want to verify that,
Okay,
because you can't exceed 30 by zoning.
okay.
Okay? Thank you. Val?
No, I think the house is fine. It would be nice to have a little more trim around the front door, but,
You can request that.
Yeah.
that would be the only thing.
Okay. Let's see, TJ, you said you thought it was good?
Yeah, I thought it's good, but I do agree if we can beef up the trim around the front door would be a positive thing.
Okay. Are you thinking like 5/4 by 6
Yeah,
or
5/4
5/4 by 8?
Yeah, something along those lines. Maybe by 8, it makes it sets it off really nicely.
Okay, I was thinking maybe if we were to do that, just to raise it up to the next course
Mm-hmm.
on the front.
Oh, yeah.
That way, whatever that height was would set the width for the sides, that way it would look uniform.
Nice.
I'll just emphasize the front door.
Is it just a thicker?
Exactly.
Well, you know, thicker on the sides and the, yeah.
Top. All right, so let's see, Diane?
The only thing I have outside of the trim is on the west elevation, the B windows, they're square, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Do you know where that B window is going? Doesn't it?
That's the kitchen.
The kitchen window,
The
that's
sink?
where the sink will be.
Did you say colors? What colors do you have?
We're gonna do black door, black windows, natural trim, so pretty much just s- true to history as you could get.
And the
Black,
tile,
dual,
asphalt tile?
yep, architectural dual black.
Okay. So Diane, your only concern was the wide B window, correct?
Yeah, I think the other one's hard to see. This is 28B evergreen, which is sort of set back into the beginning of the Glowacki land.
Is there an attic?
No.
No? I was gonna say you could add in that left, south elevation, you could add an attic window if you were gonna use the space up there.
Yeah, they're just,
But it's not going over 30 feet, right?
Oh,
Right? Staying at 30 feet or under 30 feet?
29. 29 feet high. Are we gonna see that window in the back?
No.
Kitchen window?
it's not visible from anywhere.
Alright. Yeah, I didn't say you could change it to a casement, which is probably easier to open over a sink, but, I'm
Motion
fine.
to approve with wider trim around the front door,
Okay,
through staff.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, Chris, that's so good. Can I just a little tiny bit?
You can.
Oliver
It
Twist.
always, you want more,
Oliver
yeah,
Twist, ask for more.
just a little bit.
Who wants to begin? It was Joe Marchese.
Where's Mr. Emeritus?
He is.
Joe.
He's right over there, he's hiding.
Hey, Matt, chop, chop.
I don't know how to.
He's good. He's good to deal with.
I got a glass of Pinot Noir waiting for me.
Thank you. Yeah, we want a, we want a record 47 tonight. No dilly.
All right,
You have an extra agenda?
Bob, right there. I've lost where we are in the rotation. See you? Okay.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Let's see.
Take whatever you got. This is what we just did.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Sharon, start.
Do you mind if I just read, Wisconsin Advisory?
Yeah.
East elevation. Despite garage moving closer to house, it still features a breezeway, which we object to. That's it. Alright.
So this is you actually already approved this house
Yeah,
and
Yeah.
and garage, and all we did
last
was
week, right?
yeah, we shifted it. There's a 10-foot utility easement. If you look at the cover sheet G101, there's a 10-foot wide utility easement, and we were pretty much right up on it, and that's basically a public way technically.
Oh.
And so we elected to shift. We came in for revisions to the house and the garage, but the garage wasn't included for whatever reason, so we're just shifting the garage over but so there's no other changes to the actual structure other than its location, just 10 feet further away.
And was it approved, Matt,
Yeah.
with a breezeway?
I believe it was, yes.
Yeah.
Even though it was that far, that looks like 30 feet.
I think that when we brought the house in for the revisions, we only brought in the house, as we just showed the section through the breezeway. So we were just trying to be,
Well, okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now. I'm gonna hold my motion.
yeah. Yeah.
But, I mean,
You see
So-
up here, not on these.
Yes.
but the
And that's-
there was always a breezeway, right? It's
Yes.
just gotten shorter.
Wider.
I
No,
wanna
not
see
wider.
the last approval.
It's 10 feet wider.
No, it's 10,
I don't
it's
think
10
it is
feet
10 feet
shorter.
wider, I think it's slid over.
Because he's moving the garage closer to the house.
Right.
So the breezeway would have to be shorter.
What was it? I didn't sit on it.
No, this is not the old
Was there a
one.
walkthrough or was there
Yeah.
a railing porch?
Yeah, I'm almost 100% certain that it was, the breezeway was always there, but I think that when we went back in for the revisions to the house, they were just on the house. So the way that it's formatted, it just showed the house.
Uh-huh.
And so but the garage was still shown, the garage wasn't included as part of it. Is the way I understand it.
I guess what it really gets down to is, does anyone have an objection to the breezeway per se, as rendered in this particular plan?
I would have to agree with Sconce Advisory that it's either the roof, the pitch needs to increase, or the eave the eave needs to drop so you can get a taller roof, just more mass, I would suggest. And Matt, can that have much as like on your south elevation, on the upper first sheet, it has like a rail with an opening? It's just this large open space between the two, and it looks very odd to me. I think that's,
Was it a pergola before?
I mean, they didn't really say much in terms of why it was inappropriate, but I'm trying to discern from their very brief comment.
Right.
And it seems to me that it looks like just this sliver of a roof connecting the two. And there's not enough structure there for the size of the garage and certainly the size of the home. That would be my only thought.
Okay. Diane?
If you look at the front page where it shows the house and the garage and the fence or the all the pillars that go all the way around it, and you have the space between the garage and the house as being 15.3. But the deck there's got to be what, 3 feet wide, 4 feet wide?
No, it's probably more in the range of like 6 feet. I would
6
say.
feet. So the garage is really 9 feet away from the house. I think that's not so big. I think as you drive along, you're not going to see whether it's 15 or 9 feet.
And it's set back a little bit too from the outside, that corner, if you look at the east elevation. But yeah.
I as it's set and you're thinking of the porch and stuff, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think that you need to call a great deal of attention to it by upping the roof. I think it'll fit in.
Thank you, Diane.
Did you look at the top line?
Let's see, Abby.
Yeah, I wish I had a picture of what we approved before, because I can't,
I can confirm that for you.
It
I'm like
just-
Yeah,
almost
I
100%.
can't see us doing
it looks a
one that
little
wide.
open right now with no reason for it, so I'm, it doesn't have a
Or not.
reason to be, so I'm.
Well, okay, I'm assuming that Wisconsin Advisory did have access to the prior approval, because I'm gonna reread their comment. It says, despite garage moving closer to the house, it still features a breezeway. So they are basically saying that the breezeway was approved before. What do you mean?
Why don't I get that approval for you?
This is not the plan that we approved. This is the same plan as
This
this.
is the same plan as we got here.
So,
Is that the main house or the garage?
Well,
the garage.
oh,
Yeah, so the garage hasn't changed, but if you look at that, does that?
I wanna see the house approval, cause I
Huh?
suspect that the breezeway wasn't on that one.
No, I'll find out.
All right.
Let's just hold
Can
it.
we, so let's hold it for more information on the previous approval. How's that sound, folks? Do they make the motion?
Nothing to hold for.
I think it's just a matter of cleaning up the fact that the garage was not ever included as part of the,
Right.
the main house revision.
Nothing to hold for the
We'll find
previous
out.
drawings.
Okay, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
All right, and now we got 23 Burnell, 33 Coffin.
Moving to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Must be the last application of the night if it's Matt down at the end.
I know, usually at the
I know.
end.
6?
God, I didn't really know. I don't know what to do with myself after this.
This is you, right? Is this you, Steve? No, this is me.
Anniversary dinner, you were here late.
Yeah, that was, I was
Is it your
actually,
anniversary again
no,
tonight?
my birthday's tomorrow.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh,
Motion
29
approved.
years old.
Happy birthday. Yoga's working for you.
how was your dinner the other night?
It was good, I was
Was
late.
it good?
That was good. It was really good, yeah, thank you.
Do they still have good crab cakes? Still do crab cakes?
I think they do, actually. But it was, yeah,
They
it was great.
used to be the best things that you could get
No,
anywhere.
it was
Where's
excellent. Languedoc.
so are you ripping down the house that was there?
So, actually, if you look at the site plan, Val, the existing house
is still shown. So this parcel was one larger parcel, and then it was subdivided. The house that's on the cover sheet, that's the southern portion of the lot beyond the green line there, that is the existing house. That is not being demolished. I think that is being renovated. So we did demo a portion of that existing house. This, basically the garage. We demoed the garage because it conflicted with where the subdivision line came. So this is a completely new lot and a new dwelling.
I remember this one completely.
Okay, so, Wisconsin Advisory, chimney, oh, it says check, no concerns. And then it says north elevation, chimney not tall enough to draw properly. Doesn't show the same height on east. Code, question mark.
You're worried about.
But basically they said no concerns. All right?
Really appreciate their thoughtfulness. So this is, like I said, a new dwelling. It's pretty fairly straightforward. We try to keep the scale down. It's below a story and a half, and trim detail is white, 6/6 windows. And I don't know. I think it's pretty straightforward. So with that, I look forward to what the board has to say.
$29,700.
Just here though.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what they mean about the chimney. Now, where do you see, let's see. So
Yeah, but it is far away from
that's-
the ridge that it's,
Yeah. Is it 10 feet away?
yeah, at least.
Because the rule is you have to be, as measured 10 feet from the chimney, the chimney has to be 2 feet above any portion of the roof that's
So
10
it's
feet
drawn
away.
right on the east, it just has to go up a little on the north and south.
I think it's an optical illusion.
Yeah, I think it's a Revit model,
Yeah.
so it's not as if it's one way in one
Oh.
elevation and one in
Yeah,
another.
I drew some lines on it. It's just, it looks that
And
way
I'm
because of
fairly certain it meets the code requirement.
It definitely does meet the code requirement when you look at it on the east side. Yep.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Small favor, which of my associates is on this one? Jesse, are you on this one?
Yeah, I am, and I agree with Val.
Okay, so, well, Val has actually made a motion, so, I'm going to
We're
see.
not gonna go around the table, or we're just gonna do that, like, boom, 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 boom?
Okay, so, let me, is there any discussion on the motion?
Maybe.
I take back my motion then.
Oh, no, you
No,
don't.
I'll take back your motion, we'll discuss the motion. How about you, you have anything to discuss on the motion?
Me? My only thing which I mentioned is that the major part, or the main part of the house is 29.7. That's 3 inches from being top
max.
height. And I don't know whether it could come down at all, but I just think for Blackfish and Coffin, I was just there yesterday. It seems a little tall from the houses that are there.
What is there,
Okay.
yeah, what is the height
Okay.
out there?
What, the height in general, or?
Yeah, in general, is it the same as?
I'd say if you measure, I mean, Blackfish, there's a couple of, there's a house, a really attractive house on the left as you come in. It's a full 2-story, like 4-bay structure that's, I think, very close to 30 feet. I think in general they're pretty tall. The other thing too is if you notice, our plate height's pretty low.
Low.
We did that intentional, but we wanted a steeper pitch, so we really dropped that plate height. So I think it's got deep wraparound porches, and so I don't know, but again, discretion of the board.
This is it on the lot?
Yeah,
Doesn't look like that shit.
this house exists.
I know, and
You know
this is,
that.
yeah, and then they're making what, 2 lots behind it or something?
Actually,
This is the first
the
one?
highlighted parcel, Abby, is actually the combined two lots. It's a little bit bigger, they squared it off, so
So
the
this is,
GIS still shows the garage has since been
Okay.
demolished, and you can kind of use that green line as a reference
Gotcha.
point.
okay,
How tall is the existing house, Matt? What it
That's
is?
a great question.
it's not that tall.
I would say it's, I don't know, it's definitely over 26 feet, 27 feet, something like that. It's kind of, I'll tell you what, with 4.5 homes, it can be deceiving in terms of where they actually top out at.
Right.
It's specifically if they have like a lower eave height, which this one does, but.
On the lot B, which is to the left of that driveway coming in on the house that's existing, is that just gonna stay vacant?
This is all Lot B.
Yeah,
I think that's owned by an abutting property owner. I think they own a large parcel of land around it, so I don't know what their plans are for subdivisions, future subdivisions. I really don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know. Is it? Yeah, you probably know
What
that.
is-
The Watersons?
Yeah. I think
what are
that's-
we doing?
I did that house, the Wattresses.
Oh, no, not
What's the
them.
question?
The property, adjacent
This is
property
down
owner.
here,
is like
right?
a lar- Not the,
Yeah, they're right here.
there's a larger parcel.
And some over here.
Yeah,
The family homes, I guess it's like acres.
she was a lovely lady, wasn't she?
We designed that house around her furniture. Yeah, she, they were the
Well, my
ambassadors
concern
to
is
Spain.
the height. I just think that,
Sure.
I think 30 feet is the max, and this is 29.7, so I'm just wondering if we're setting a precedence for that area, which has some smaller houses in it, and so, I don't know what you can do about it. I mean, it's a great design, and I hate to pick on it, but just in general, I think it might be too.
I could potentially look at changing to maybe a 10.5 pitch. That probably translate into.
What are you at 11 now?
Yeah,
No, I think, I don't know where
I could probably take some height out of it without, I really don't want to drop that plate any further, just because of its
I don't
size is so
think
low.
that you
What do you
should.
think, because you really are setting a precedence, because it's gonna go down Burnell Street, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
everything's gonna be developed,
Why
going.
don't I do this, if that's the consensus, I
Yeah,
can look
here.
at, taking some height out of it, and maybe I can also, get some heights in the buildings. I think there's a building
That's what
going
you
up
should
right
do.
now on the corner of Clifton, that one seems pretty good size, but anyways, I
Did you
can
do
look at
that?
options, no.
Okay. Any further discussion on Val's motion?
Well, I guess it's just dead.
So,
All right, motion to hold for revision.
All right,
well, hang on a
More
second.
information.
No, so Val, are you withdrawing your motion?
I guess so. Do I have any support for it?
right here.
It sounds, yeah.
I'm right where I would.
I'm gonna go with the majority on this. So, Abby has made a motion to hold for some
Sorry.
revisions. All
Aye.
those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, next up, 11 Lily.
Chugging to 47.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, welcome.
Your green sheet.
Oh, no. Just depends where you're
Just trying to.
Oh, yeah, I noticed, I just drove by this, and these guys haven't been, these are gonna be
Oh, you,
fenced in.
That's
You-
what we're actually
you
here.
anticipate,
Yes.
okay,
That's
so.
why the builder, that's why we're trying to remedy that situation. That's
Okay,
what
so
we're here
here's the comments from HSAB on 11 Lily. AC units as built, needs fencing, as proposed landscaping hides the main building. These structures are part of it, the visual roof line landscape. Prefer no evergreen hedge, prefer 5-foot board fence for house, AC units and similar for garage. No concerns with regard to shed. Got it? Okay, so you wanna just tell us what your, oh, sorry, name for the record.
Hi, Paul Cronin, Edgewater. Yeah, so right now they've put those two AC units in, kind of, right along Snake Alley. So we're trying to come up with some options to screen them. There is a type 2 picket fence already in place along the property line up Snake Alley, which only leaves about, I think, 3, yes, exactly.
So it doesn't conceal them very well.
Not very well. We could paint it if you like.
Paint the AC units?
So, I mean, a
okay.
second forward fence may be a bit odd in this.
Okay, now that I'm,
Ray, may I speak to this just a little bit?
yeah,
All right. My only concern was that as you come to.
excuse me.
Oh, sorry.
So you know,
Wait, we're gonna-
Brooke is a member, he's a
Mhm.
member of
Sure.
the HSAB that wrote these comments, so, go ahead,
So
Brooke.
my thing was, when you come down from Academy Hill,
Yeah,
one of the things that I remember from when I was a kid is just the way the roof lines are as you're descending that hill. It's a really pretty architectural landscape, and there are not a lot of big, tall, arborvitae type trees there. It's mostly low vegetation.
yeah.
So what I was trying to do was create a situation where we can hide the AC units with like a board fence. I know the 5 foot seems high relative to maybe your standards, but in terms of like putting up a tall arborvitae that will grow to like 10, 15, 20 feet and obscure that whole side, that whole western or northern elevation. I think I'd rather see the buildings,
Yeah.
There's just a lot of shadow and light, and it's, with the sun going down, walking into Lily Pond, it's just a beautiful, roof line landscape.
Well, and I
That's
also,
my-
sorry to interrupt, but
Yeah.
thank you, Brooke. The arborvitae thing would sort of shade those
Sure.
windows.
Mhm.
Did you have an objection to fencing?
No,
No.
not at all.
Okay, well,
Weren't these originally on the front of the
Mhm.
house?
Yeah, weren't they?
Mm-hmm.
At least they're not on the front anymore.
No,
good God.
and then this one over here was on the side of the building, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an AC unit right there, number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that a wall or?
All right. Abby, you want to start?
Yeah, so I'm,
Yeah,
I
right.
drive down the street every single day, a couple times. So, and it popped out at me, and I was like,
Sure.
what? We don't allow that. And, so I was thinking, they just forgot to put up the fence. They just haven't put up the fence yet, so now it comes here. But, I think a 4-foot fence around the one on the corner of Snake Alley and Lily Street would be fine. I don't think it has to be 6. I think 4 would hide it, I believe.
Natural
And-
weather, right?
Natural to weather, yeah.
Where, Abby?
The
Cor-
front ones. The ones
Oh,
the
closest
ones
to Lily
on
Street.
Snake Alley.
Okay,
And I was thinking 5 feet, not 6.
Oh. I thought you said
The other thing too is that foundation is out of the ground a couple of feet.
Yeah.
Because of the way the grade is, so I think a 5-foot fence will actually get absorbed visually into the sidewall.
So
I
it wouldn't go up as high as the sill of the windows on the house?
No,
I
No.
think,
No.
yeah, it would be below that.
no, that's,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, we could set that as a benchmark. and
Yes.
Say the fence may not go higher than 1 foot below the sill, or however you guys want it.
I would put it that these have to be hidden from Snake Alley and Lily Street, and you could either do 4 or 5, whatever, I would think the shortest, but.
Okay. Who was talking just a second ago?
was it me?
I think it was you.
I'm okay with that,
All right.
the fence.
Now, okay, so that's, Diane, what do you think?
Does that do the one down by the,
Well, so right at the moment, what we're talking about is the ones
Just the-
up
just
closest
the
to
one,
Lily
yeah.
Street, okay? But so I was gonna tie into the discussion how we handle the other 2. One is further back down Snake Alley, and then one's behind the garage. So we have 3 separate units that need to be concealed.
are you gonna see that one behind the garage?
TJ.
Can I address that?
Do we have a picture of that one that's back by the retaining wall?
That one, no, I do not.
This
But
guy
this
right
is,
here, though.
It
can
was
almost-
hanging off the side of the building.
It's right behind that tree hanging on
So
the
it's
side of the
pretty
building.
limited in visibility, you would say now then? That one?
Well, if yes, but it is on the side of the building. I believe that was a concern of the HDC.
How
Yeah.
high up is it?
I would say 6 feet.
I
the
actually
top?
had a picture of it,
It's tough to see.
except
tough
when
to
you're on
see.
Snake Alley.
Yeah, you can look down that little kind of alleyway in between. It's pretty vegetated, I think. they
And if you were
proposed.
above,
Are they
like
talking
looking
about-
down from Academy Hill, you're gonna see it pretty clear, right?
No,
No?
it's below, so you have like a dormer, I think, on the back, and then.
Are you talking behind the garage or on
Yeah.
the stu-
One
The
below
garage,
The
who
garage is the
cares?
shed.
I'm just talking,
Oh,
we're
the
talking
shed?
about this
Shed-
one.
Oh,
the one
the
behind the
shed was
garage
on the
is
wall,
really
you
not
can see.
visible.
Right.
Only
But
if
he
you
wants
look
to
down.
lower it.
That's why
Put
we
it
said
down on
maybe
the ground.
one evergreen there, and you would take that out
Oh, I see.
completely.
We were looking
This-
at the other one here,
Correct.
at the bend.
Yeah,
Just
right
at
there.
the driveway.
That's the one that you say is behind.
behind that, on attached to the building at the moment.
Yeah, but we should maintain those in perpetuity, those arborvitae. Deers cannot come in there.
That's right.
They can eat their way through.
Hey, TJ, what do you think?
I really like the idea of the natural weather around those two on Snake Alley.
Okay,
And I also like the idea of maintaining the arborvitae to protect the visibility of the one by the shed. And seems like the one on the garage is less of a worry altogether, because I even think that has a retaining wall on the back side of it.
It does. It's only when you're walking up Snake Alley and look to your right, or down the steps from Academy Hill and look to your left, you can see it from maybe half a step.
Okay,
So,
thus the single arborvitae.
right.
yeah, I mean,
Right.
Okay.
um,
Has everyone voiced their concerns? It sounds like we got a 4 or 5 foot high natural to weather board fence for the two closest to Lily.
Yeah, what about the one with the stone wall?
Yeah, so where are people on that one?
Well, now I gotta see where it is. I mean, I've only seen it on the side of the house. I haven't been by there to see what it looks like there.
it hasn't been moved yet.
Oh,
That's,
That's if you're standing on the driveway at the moment saying what you can see.
All right.
And that was also just, if you did want the arborvitae, that was what is existing. What is attached to the building, as I said, is still in place.
Is it going to
I have
be
a suggestion.
freestanding,
Go.
or is it going to be attached?
Well, that I think is the question. What were you gonna say?
It looks to me from this plan, right next to the shed is an outdoor shower enclosure.
There's no enclosure.
There's no enclosure.
No,
It's the platform.
correct, just stone.
Wait,
But
let's,
she's in a different spot.
oh, this thing?
I was gonna say, if you could extend the shower structure and stick it in there next to the shed, but he said there's no shower surround.
you mean nuzzle it in the corner there?
Yeah, next to the building.
There's a setback issue, I believe, though.
Doesn't look like, looks
I
like
believe the setback, that runs.
you can't
down.
just move those units, right, move them over right in there and board them?
This is one unit, right?
Yeah, there's a set,
Do you know how big the
This
new
one's okay,
unit
that
is
one's
going to be?
pardon?
Do you know how big the new unit is that you are proposing?
I'm sorry, the new unit right now is existing attached to the building. From what I
Right.
was told by the builder that HDC had an issue with that, is to relocate it
Right.
to where I proposed.
Okay,
It is
what
the
I
same-
was wondering, if there was not another way, how tall is the little stone wall that goes around?
Right now, that is about 36 inches, so it
What-
will be.
If you dug a hole and sunk the air conditioner down 8 inches, and you had the 36-inch stone wall, it should be covered by the stone wall, would it not?
Absolutely.
Just a suggestion, but it seems to be a quick fix.
So right here, this is 36 inches high?
Yeah.
Okay, and then if you sink it down, a foot or two, it would disappear, that's true.
Can you do that, Paul?
Sure.
Okay, can I make a motion? All right.
Abby's about to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, on Snake Alley, at the corner of Lily Street and Snake Alley, a natural to weather fence, either 4 or 5 foot tall, whichever will cover the units. And then moving back, up Snake Alley, those AC units will, be behind, I don't think they have to move, but they could be sunken down a foot or 2 so that you can't see them from Snake Alley, because they're behind that 36-inch.
Right, it's a 3 foot, so that should.
I
do
did
a
an
good job.
exhibit A.
Well, and then, so to round out, Abby's motion, to go with the, arborvitae.
Single arborvitae garage.
Yes.
Okay.
And, well, so.
Otherwise-
Across the table, as we might done an exhibit A for you.
Yeah,
And otherwise, yeah.
This would be through staff?
Through
Yeah.
staff, yeah.
for
Okay.
exhibit
All right, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
A. Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to
We'll
leave
see-
pretty
we'll see
soon.
when we
Okay.
And
All right.
Oh,
Val,
video.
don't leave us. You got backup. Oh, Val, we gotta get to your application.
Quick,
well,
You're gonna be here for those? When do you need to leave?
now.
9 minutes.
my friend is playing music at,
You don't have to tell us
Fairground.
why. I can have a personal.
and I wanna see
Yeah.
it.
That's just
Okay.
gonna.
All right.
Well,
135 Wall
maybe we should take Val after.
Stephen? Stephen, is this one you?
Yes, I believe it is.
So, what we're trying to do here, and what happened was, I had always kept this at elevation 9, which is the base flood elevation.
Yeah.
And after I was developing the sketches in the beginning of the year, when I was before you, was under the impression that nothing had changed. But I found out, as I was applying for a permit, that it's actually elevation 9 remains as it is, but the building code changed, which required an additional 12 inches. onto it. So it's still, the finished floor is still at the absolute minimum, but it bumped up.
Okay.
Nothing else has changed?
Nothing else
With that
changed.
foot? Steve, you're on this, right? Or I should ask. Are you on this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Luke, how did you know that? Who told you had to put it up to that?
My structural engineer,
Okay,
yeah, and I had confirmed at the building department as well.
okay. I'm only asking because part of our revamping all of our stuff is that we wanna require some sort of certification of what it has to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on the trust but verified track with that type of thing, so you've indicated on your drawings that the base flood information was provided by Blackwell and Associates.
Yeah.
And I don't know that we would, do
No,
you mind if I comment on that?
No, go ahead.
I don't know that we would single you out without having an established policy, but what we've been discussing is that if something comes in with any type of FEMA requirement, building code, base flood, you have a signed letter from an engineer or a surveyor stating it, so that goes in the file. So there's no miscommunication, somebody misunderstood and it's an extra foot tall.
Yeah.
By, the grace of God. I have
For
no
future
concerns
reference.
over it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Stephen. And that policy is correct, that the flood elevation has not changed, but they're going a foot above so that none of the framing is in the flood elevation. Diane?
No, it still comes in at, what, 25 and a half feet?
Mm.
So that's not bad, and having height for the flood, so I don't have a problem with it.
That horizontal banding is gonna be a gray, natural water.
You coming in with landscaping?
The band here,
Oh,
You're
yeah,
not
my
using
skirt,
lattice.
the
Yeah.
skirt,
Yeah.
yeah, it's horizontal, yeah.
Could you put some grasses in front of it or something, like something natural?
Yeah, I think
You're kind
that
of on a dune
Concom's
there.
requiring grass is to be put back or whatever the Concom required.
Yeah, that would be nice. I would add that
Yeah,
as
it's all
part
gonna
of the
have to
motion.
grass.
Okay, so does somebody wanna give me a motion on this?
Motion to approve and adding grasses to cover the,
Skirt boards?
the skirt board.
Okay.
Abby, you want 4-foot high
No,
grasses?
no,
No,
just,
just
you know,
something to
just
take the
something to
curves off.
take the,
Yeah.
you know,
the edges out.
that's a lot of,
Yeah.
Your drawing doesn't have any vegetation, so.
it has
Well, I mean,
hydrangeas.
the natural grass out there is really, it's only about like that.
Yeah,
That's good.
But
Okay.
that 1 foot.
All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Thanks. 3 School Street.
Are you gonna get Val before she goes? or-
No, we'll just keep going.
Welcome. How are you? How you doing?
Good. I'm Wayne with South Shore Climate Control.
What's your name, please?
Wayne with South Shore Climate Control.
Enos.
Wayne Enos. E-N-O-S, Enos.
Jesse, you're on this, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay. So, can you tell us, let's see, you're looking for a mini split.
Yeah, there's gonna be a total of 2 multi-split units.
Let me read HSAB. They said that they have no quorum, so it's Angus and Brooke. Says, can northwest corner line be installed, excuse me, on back inside corner to make it less visible to street? HSAB apparently had made a notation on the site plan.
Oh,
I
I
think-
see it,
I
a
think
little
I know
star,
what-
yeah.
I think I know what they're talking about.
That's the back side of the home right there. Yeah.
This is.
That is. Actually, right there, yeah, no, that's on the side. Yep, that's
Okay.
like, if you were facing this
Okay,
way
so I
right
think they
here.
just wanna take it and
Yeah.
flip it around to the back as opposed to the side.
Okay, yeah, in the basement, I was looking where to go out, and there was a mud sill, and really to go in through there, it was, more of an issue trying to exit the home.
It's more of an issue exiting on the back than it is
Yeah.
on the side?
Yes.
Through what, the foundation or the framing part? And, there's a mud sill on the back?
Yeah.
Okay, comments from the board?
Can it be painted to match the trim?
Yeah, well, it was gonna be, they were gonna have a cedar enclosure installed over it afterwards. And then painted to match, the trim.
What I do wanna say is thank you for coming in ahead of
Yeah.
time and applying with us, we appreciate that.
Oh, no problem, no problem.
All right, so.
I think it's pretty sensitive,
Yeah, I'm doing the heat smart for Nantucket, so, but anything that, I have.
you're not gonna have any that go like across.
No dog legs,
Okay.
straight down, nope.
Great. Let's see, Jesse, you want? I asked you already.
I'm not sure what the board feels or how, honestly, how it would look, but what if the, box was on the trim, so it kind of matched the trim?
Oh, have the box on the trim?
Yeah.
So that it matches the trim because it's gonna get painted?
It
Good
would be a
idea.
bit of a dog leg if I came out the exterior of the house and I had to jot over and then go down the side of the trim. Because on the interior of the house, can't go through the framework, have to go through the exterior wall. So I would have to do a jog over to there or extend the width of the cedar enclosure to go down straight.
What is the age of the house?
The age was 1697.
Wow.
Hmm.
What do you
Yeah,
think, Steve?
I think he's,
Yeah, I
he's
think
basically
about-
coming, what he's saying is he's coming in at an intersection, and it's gonna be difficult with the framing and the structure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, and I don't, that's,
this, if he painted this up,
It's back, it's not on the.
Yeah,
front
I
house.
didn't think about a dog leg, so I think the dog leg would work worse than
Yeah.
yeah.
what's here now.
If you
I
run
mean,
it,
I think you're going to, but just to make sure there's no shingle between the two, the
Yeah.
trim and the box.
Oh,
you
mean
run
keep
it
it
right
tight?
over,
Keep it tight.
keep it tight right
So
next to
it's
each other.
tight, yeah.
Yep, okay.
Box to box.
Okay. Have we said our piece?
I think this is what we wish for when
Yeah.
somebody comes in the old historic district.
Right. Okay. Can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would that be with it
Thanks.
painted gray?
Painted gray to match the
Yes.
trim.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
I think the trim is like, isn't it sage?
Whatever it is.
Yeah. Hey, is anybody here from VPC for Evergreen Way?
Have a good night, thank you.
Aye.
All right,
No, right? Okay, so then we will skip to Val.
Motion
Okay.
to hold, 32 Evergreen Way.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Val.
I think the first one, I thought would have been consent, but I know why now. It wasn't. The picture that I provided was too small. And I am replacing the door with a door that's just like it. This is way out, at the end of the line, behind the airport. Some solar panels were just approved on this house, or the last year, I guess. Right next to.
And what's this proposal for?
This
Val?
proposal is to replace the front door
Yeah.
with a new door that
Same.
has this little half circle.
Okay. All right.
And I hadn't provided this. They wanna add some railing to the steps.
Okay. Yep.
Take out a slider that's on the north and replace it with a window. And then on the east, where there was a window, put a 6-panel door
Okay.
and add larger windows as for egress in that upper portion of that east side.
Is there any particular reason that some of the windows have 6/6 and others have, I think I know what you're gonna say. Are they snap-ins?
Yeah,
They are snap-ins.
they are, and actually, I used the old plan. There are no grills in any of the windows presently.
Not surprised.
If you look at the, well, you can't
The photos.
probably see them yet.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with it.
Okay, thank you. TJ, is it you?
No concerns, I
All right.
would make a motion if you hear it.
All right, hang on to that motion just for a second. Diane?
no, I don't think so, it's way out there, you're just putting egress windows in there? and the-
Right?
Fine, no, I don't have any concerns.
And Jesse?
Here on this.
None on it.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
you work as Steve left the room. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, wasn't even,
Trust me, it's beautiful.
all right, it's beautiful.
All right. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Wait, we have one more before we go.
Yep.
Okay, so
Mark, we're a
this
little better.
one, let's see. 1, 2. Steve, you're on this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesse, you gotta go again.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Who's been here?
Yeah, we came in for the main house. It's a Huntington, and this is the cottage, which is also a Huntington.
Okay.
I put a picture of the approved house on the cover page, the front.
Mhm.
We've done this before.
And just to be clear, we had applied for white, white sash and white trim before, but we'd like to change.
No, other way around.
Oh.
The
go ahead.
main house was approved for white trim,
Yeah.
with gray shutters and a gray door, and we accidentally filed for natural trim on the guest, and we'd like
You
the
want
white
same.
trim, we want the same.
Yeah. Good.
With gray doors.
With gray doors and gray
Okay.
shutters, yes.
Okay. So can we,
Have to move this along. I don't have any issues
No, I'm
with
glad
it.
you were here.
look good?
Yeah, looks good.
I should do my due diligence. I trust you. Do trust. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see, Stephen.
No concerns.
Diane.
No concerns.
Jesse Dutra.
No concerns.
All right,
Motion to approve as submitted.
all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Enjoy your concert, Val.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Mickey, the Mickey Hour.
Yeah, right.
Ben will follow up. I was doing the first one. Ben will take the rest.
Oh, okay.
Snowden. Isn't that from, Kurt Vonnegut?
You're on
I
this?
think you and I both are on it. So it's fun.
Actually, so the last one was Stephen and Jesse, so now it's TJ and Stephen.
Oh,
Get into this deluxe rotation now that Val's gone.
Yeah.
You guys okay with that?
Going this way or?
I'm going clockwise. So the last one was
Me and
you and, no, you and Jesse.
Right.
And now it's TJ and you. And then it will be Jesse and TJ.
Yeah.
And then TJ and you. Okay.
It all works out in the end.
Yeah.
see the elevation.
Welcome, Mickey.
Okay. Okay, Mickey, so let's see what you wrote about yours. Oh no, this is Nantucket. Okay, so you presented, it says 2 additional plate windows, picture windows, instead of flanking a pair of 6/6 windows is inappropriate and overglazed. 2 triples may be preferable. Okay, that was Nantucket Advisory, but you probably already knew that, right?
I knew that this morning, yeah.
Okay. For you.
So those comments are regarding the north elevation facing the water.
Okay.
Page 3. They didn't talk much about the rest of the building in terms of lifts or the additions. They're kind of small additions to add to the massing. So after the comments this morning, I went out to Nantucket, walked down the beach to look at the neighbors. And the picture windows are pretty predominant on that whole stretch of houses along the beach there at Smith's Point. And I kind of counted, I've got it, if you're interested, I noted on the site, on the locus, the houses that have picture windows and how many they have. And there's only a couple that really don't have any picture windows. There's 6 or 7 houses that have 1 picture window, 3 houses that have 2 picture windows, and the house right next door has 5 picture windows. So,
well, and your house, this house has a picture.
This house has, no, that's the one next door. The house I'm working on has one existing in the middle, and then we're adding 2 flanking it. The one in the middle is kind of recessed, and we're proposing an arbor, trellised arbor over it, which will kind of put it in the shade a little bit. So,
Greg?
Yeah.
The reason why we said that, Nikki was kind enough to come into the Nantucket Advisory meeting this morning, and it'd be great if more people did that so we can have a conversation. There was concern, not with the pergola, not with any other aspect on this structure facing the water, was that they were adding 2 projecting towards the water. There'd be 3 plates on the water. We thought that was excessive, and we suggested maybe 2 sets of triples instead of 3 plate windows on the most closest gables to the water where they're adding the 2 plates. We thought that on a 1-story structure, it exceeded the 50% anyway, but we weren't really concerned about that. But we were concerned about the 2 plates on the 2 small gables going towards the water, and thought it was excessive. Triples, I don't think anybody had any problems with it. We mentioned that on the advisory. That's all I wanted to say is why we felt that way.
Okay, I mean, I understand that. It is interesting because it's sort of like, for me, the picture units are sort of part and parcel of the vintage of this house. And how many,
And it's
are these
also-
are the other ones that you,
Yeah, there's some pictures, oh, and here's the,
but this is your house, right?
that's the one next door, that has 5 picture windows
Oh, wow.
on it.
Okay.
And the locust map here, Ray, shows the neighboring houses with the number of picture windows on them.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a theme.
Yeah, so,
I understand the Nantucket advisory comments, but I don't actually have a problem with the.
It was only like
Yeah.
2 minutes ago.
TJ.
Yeah, this was difficult for me to take all in at once at
You want me to
first.
come back to you?
Yeah, come back to me, please.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, when they said they would rather have 3 units, are they talking about 3 units of 15 lights? Not,
They're talking about, instead of having a picture unit flanked by 2 4/4, they're talking about having 3 6/6 windows getting together.
They've already got 2, a pair on each one of those gables,
They do correct.
so they just add a 3rd one. I know that's not clear glass facing the water, but we figured if there was a compromise, some of the board members wanted a compromise, that would be the compromise.
Thanks. So, you got it, Diane?
yeah, I don't know, I think the addition of the 3, I think the adding of the 2 to go with the middle one, 3, may be the simplest way to do it. And if you look at this picture where you see the grass and the rest of the stuff,
Yeah.
and the house is behind that, that you're really not gonna see it. It's pretty simple. There seems to be quite a group of all different kind of windows. And I'm not a big favor of the picture window, but I think in this instance, it's a house much simpler, much more simple.
Thank you. Stephen?
Megan, how far is the existing bay picture, and is that 15.2 or 13.2?
What?
What?
How far is this in from the face of the building?
Oh, it's, I'd say probably about.
There's a dimension, it's
10 feet, 12 feet, I'm not.
It says either 13 or 15, but I don't think it's,
Look at the first floor.
I don't think it's
plan.
13, yeah.
There it is.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Now, I don't know, is there a scale on the table?
So it's
Yeah.
probably like, I'm just looking at it with respect to, yes. it's a-
14, you were close.
So it's set back from the face of
It's
the.
set back from those rings 14
Right,
feet.
and then I'm just considering what effect the pergola will have on that. Sensitive to the idea of having 3 panes there. Did you show us a picture with 5?
Well, the one to the west of this has 5, 3 gang together in one gable, and then 2 the typical picture windows.
And is the next one down 1? So we could do a 5-3-1? No, I'm just teasing. So, I mean, if you're married to them, what I would just like to see maybe if there's not support to approve it is I'd like to see just a 3D shot of it, because I think it'll show you the depth with the pergola if you turn on the shadows.
So that you're not seeing 3 like all.
Right, because if this was faced up with the other ones, I would say it's,
Yeah, I wouldn't have proposed
Very
that, but
strange.
set back and underneath the pergola, I think it's
What
kind of.
page you on?
Set back.
each one.
Okay.
Steve is basically making the point that even though there are 3 picture units on one elevation, that one of them, the middle one, the existing one, is set way back under a pergola
Right.
by 14 feet or something.
So you don't, you don't see it so much, and it has a different.
Correct.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you'll still see it, but the reflection plane is gonna be different, so
Well,
it's not
yeah.
gonna be as if you, because one of these had, I think 3, you said 5, and you can, it just looks like the angle of the light is the same, and they literally look like, I think what Nantucket Advisory Board was concerned is just these 3
5.
Look at
large,
this.
5 large panes of glass.
Is that
Yeah.
it? but those are 3 large panes right in a row.
No,
so-
there's a different one. It actually has
Different page.
5.
It says next door in
Oh, I
red.
think that's the first.
I don't know which one it is.
In red lettering, it says next door.
Here, right there, next door.
Yeah.
So you got 3 in a row and then the
4,
5.
5. And they're all like pretty close to the same plane, so you see the same angle, the lighting is the same, so they read the same.
Right.
I was just considering whether the pergola is gonna break up that middle one,
I think so.
and it wouldn't be as much of a concern.
I think it
Right.
does.
Other than that, I've no concerns.
Thank you. TJ, you just,
Yeah, I just interjected there. I agree with what Steven said about the middle one. It's pushed back, it's under the pergola. It's not gonna have that glaring presence on the harbor side, I think. Not that it would be unlike any of the other houses facing the harbor, but Nick submitted quite a few that have several of them. So
yeah, well,
I think it fits. So.
I do actually think that, this vernacular, and it's not the vernacular of downtown or Sconset or anything like that, but it's specifically a Nantucket vernacular that I think allows for picture units. That was sort of the age. And you haven't changed this building enough so that it still retains that kind of, low, sort of rambling Nantucket cottage thing. So I don't mind those windows at all. Should we make a motion on this?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Sounds good to me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks.
The tabletop umbrella's gotta stay though.
Okay, 29 Walsh. Thank you, Mickey.
So now it's me and Jesse, and then
Okay.
it's Jesse and TJ, and then TJ and me.
I don't get it. Yeah.
You don't get my
No, it's right, we got it. Yeah.
Okay,
I lost track the last one, I thought those two were on it.
so it's TJ, Steven, now it's Steven, Jesse.
Right. And then it'll be Jesse, TJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now you two guys will stay, it'll be Steven, Jesse for these 2 applications. To the same address. If you're all okay with that.
Well,
Just the email we got?
Good evening.
I'm not with him.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
okay, we can still welcome you.
You're
I'm a neighbor.
right. Now,
We don't
are you,
discriminate.
are you with Cronin?
No, Sarah. Do you have Sarah's email, John?
I read it.
That is for the garage, I believe, next application.
Yeah, 'cause I'm gonna need that at some point. She didn't have a copy of it.
Okay,
She wants
Did I
it.
give you a
now,
picture?
so,
Yes, I did.
did you all get the letter from Sean and Bill Cronin?
No.
I got,
I
I
did.
got one, I got a letter about.
John, you emailed that?
Yes.
Or Kathy did, yeah.
I mean, that's for the
Kathy
garage.
emailed it today or yesterday?
I got one, not the Cronin.
All right,
That's garage.
Cronin,
I need that one.
okay. So, should I read the one from Cronin?
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'm gonna dispense, because, he talks a lot about Governor Bill Weld and 10 years of work with him, et cetera. I'm gonna We're writing to express concerns with the 2-story garage studio.
Yeah, that's the next one.
Oh,
That's the same one that we have the problem with.
Is there one about this house?
hold on a second, folks.
Main house additions is the first thing.
Okay, so this letter is about the garage too,
Right.
so let's put that aside for a moment, okay?
She does have a couple of comments about the house, so that's it. That answers the
Okay.
presentation.
All right, so,
Ready for me?
to you.
So, here we are, 29 Wall Street. This building was built in '92, after the original building that was there was destroyed,
Floated away.
floated away. It's a currently kind of an odd cape that we are now looking to bring into more of a bungalow style house. So we want to kind of start with the elevations. Page 3 is the west elevation, and this is the one that's most cape-like and faces Wall Street. And we're looking to do a large dormer with a nice front porch, and off to the south, we are actually going to replace that shed piece with another gable end. But we aren't changing the roof height, the ridge height staying the same. Kind of the general kind of pattern of window and door in the front main mass is staying the same. But again, we're going to cottage corners and trying to build up the trim and bring this building away from cape to more of a bungalow. So then around to the south elevation, which is page 4, you can see that gable end that we're adding in the outdoor shower and the details in that front porch. So then the east elevation, which actually faces Willard Street, already has a big large dormer, which we are just refenestrating, and there's an existing kind of shed element that has that picture window in it, and that's being extended, and the triple window, triple door being installed in there, and kind of more porch space is coming out the back.
Can I ask you a question
Sure.
about that then? So you said east faces Willard Street.
Yep.
But isn't there another lot?
Nope, it goes right to Willard. They own from Willard to.
Oh, all the way
Yep.
through?
All the way through.
Yep.
Most of them do at that end of Walsh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So you can currently very easily see this west elevation from Willard.
Very good.
So there's no hiding it. You'll be able to see it.
Okay.
And then north elevation, very little doing to it. We are putting the AC condensers on that side, which will be screening behind natural weather fence, and they're now above floodplain because obviously they have to do so.
Okay. Thanks.
Through the chair, Ben, on the north elevation, is that wall staying exactly where it is?
Yep.
Because you've got a lot of circling on it.
Yeah,
Is that
because those
we're replacing
windows, we're replacing all the existing windows, so they're all single pane. You know, they never repaired the putty, so they're all falling apart.
Is that it?
No, I do remember when this building, he reminded me, I know some of them disappeared. The Brant Point area plan, which was accepted by the town and the planning commission, wanted these small, nondescript, there's several of them right next to you across the street, to remain on the interior and not get blown up like a lot of the other houses down on Brant Point. As far as the architectural character of Brant Point, which used to be all these small interior cottages, and the ones around the outside were the 1880, 1890 big ones. So it's not the simple cottage anymore. Granted, it was rebuilt in 1992. The other ones survived somehow. We were all down there in canoes and kayaks at that point after the no-name storm. This was hit in October, on Halloween of October 1991. And it wasn't demolished until 1992. Several of them were just left down there over the winter. But it's turning into a bungalow, which the original cottage was not. This is pretty much in the style of the original cottage that was built there, along with that little pod of small cottages down there. And this is turning into something else. Obviously, my favorite style is bungalow, but the neighbors, including my person, Sarah Riley, who's one more removed from this, is concerned about it because it's turning into something else. I'm happy to see that it's not going up in height. It's already at 25 feet. And it's far enough out of the floodplain, according to Ben, that it doesn't have to go any higher, given the amount of work being done to it. There's not a whole lot left of it when all is said and done. Extending the building out, I don't think is a big deal. But the dormers are oversized. I don't know if most of you were not on the board when we did the ones that are just beyond you on the curb, the two new ones down on the curb. They're very similar style, but we hammered them about the size of the dormers. I don't know, Ray, did you on them then when they put those two, they subdivided, but it's condoed?
No, I was on.
Yeah, remember those two? We hammered them on the size of those dormers and the height, but they were reconstructing completely. So I think the height is what it is, but I'm kinda concerned about that. I appreciate they don't go all the way to the ridge. The one that's most disturbing for them, I believe, is the rear dormer.
That dormer exists.
I know it's existing, but it's 2, 1, and 2. It's getting 2 French doors.
The French door is only 5'6" tall because of how low that dormer is. So they are not normal.
They're short, but it's just adding fenestration, adding a very large second floor deck, which I'd like to see reduced and have 1 French door maybe. And they're adding a bunch of fenestration on the first floor where that weird bump out is for the, I guess it's the kitchen, the dining room or something in there, if I recall. And that's being all pulled out, so the massing is increasing underneath the porch by going, that's all filled in on the left. That's not back flush with the wall, it's pulled out. And adding 3 French doors, I'd like to see that reduced. I love to have the bay window removed, but it's again adding fenestration, so everything except for that one little 4 light is being ganged on the back, and it is fully visible from the other side. So I just think it's blowing up so much. And there isn't a set off on the left addition on the back. It's all one wall plane now. He set it off on the front, but not the back. All they did was change the ridge. So a lot of them are concerned about that and the size of that second floor deck. And if it's going to cottage corners, which I think is great, that second floor deck, if it's gonna be up there, should be reduced and shingled walled. Because that's the kind of house it is, if you're gonna go to a bungalow. So I think it's just the blowing up of everything and the massing of the deck and all the bank windows on that Willard Street side.
Okay. Thank you, Linda. Is anybody ready to start?
I'll start.
Oh, my goodness. I'm gonna go with Diane.
Okay.
Sorry, Abby.
I think on the west elevation, as Linda mentioned, that the dormer is too big and the windows are ganged. And there's sort of
West elevation.
west
Right,
elevation, dormer, too long, too big, too much space in between the windows. I don't know if it's necessary, but the windows, if the length of the dormer is gonna stay there, the windows should be separated. Did you want to have that railing shingled or the
We
the
want
next-
that front railing to be open. like
to
that.
be open?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think that much matters on the
As
first
drawn.
floor.
yep.
It would have been hard to shingle that, would look kind of weird.
Would look bad.
It'd be too much, it'd be too heavy, but the second
I
floor
think,
deck.
so it's the east elevation, second floor that you want shingled?
We don't want that.
They don't
We
want
want an
it.
open
Yeah.
railing.
Right.
I just want to make clear who's.
No, I know you don't.
We're neighbors.
Lynn is the,
Otherwise, it would be there, but I will say that every window, with the exception of the little one window, are all ganged. And it makes a lot of windows, a lot of fenestration on that east elevation. Don't know it's necessary to have the 3 French doors or the double doors up on the upper deck. I don't think that the shingled of the decking is appropriate, just because I think it's gonna make it very heavy and bring the,
The shingle.
Yeah.
I don't want to shingle that either. I think it'll look too heavy.
and it'll bring that
No, I think the open
second
railing.
floor down
Yeah, I
on
think
you.
the open railing is the right material.
Everything else is the other kind of railing, so I think that I find that more appropriate. Otherwise, the replacement of the windows are good, and the AC is behind on the north elevation, the AC is behind the fence,
Yep.
5-foot fence,
Yep. Yeah, so that they're covered from.
okay, that is, I think the chimney's good, I think it's.
Existing chimney. Yeah, no change to the chimney.
Well, it's a good chimney, cobbled well on the way up. I think that's it at the moment. I think I mentioned everything. I appreciate the change on the east elevation, it's too much fenestration.
You know, Diane, can I make a comment on that?
Yeah,
That dormer is very large, as we have on the other side.
yeah,
So I almost feel like it needs fenestration. I mean,
well then,
Well, she's suggesting as an alternative to ungang the windows.
yeah, okay, that would
on
be,
your one window's on the first floor, the three little windows,
yep,
is that in the kitchen?
yeah, it's a kitchen window, that's it.
I perhaps, instead of having 2/2s, would, I don't know, have like 3/3s. I have 6/6s in my kitchen, and they are over the counter, and it works well. They're smaller than the big ones in the house, but they're easy to see, easy to move. You might think of that, that's all. And they don't call attention to themselves being there, if you know what I mean.
Yep, I do.
Okay, that's all I can
Thanks,
think of.
Diane.
I'd point out one thing, if you look at the north elevation, there are two more French doors in the same room with the other
I
two
want to
French
hear
doors.
from the rest of the board members. Abby?
Yeah, I mean, from the, I've been looking at houses with this style, and there are a lot of them up on Cliff Road, and they do have the gang windows in a long dormer like that. You know, there's one on Hinkley Lane in the corner, and there's one sort of down near the,
Oh, the old one right on the corner?
yeah, right on the corner, you know the one I mean?
I know.
On Cliff Road, yeah.
Yeah, on Cliff Road, and, but this style does exist, and it's, you know, I think it's not that much of a departure from the Cape. In fact, I think it's appropriate for the area. I think it makes a better design for this little Cape, actually, and I don't really have anything to add. I think it's appropriate, I think it's sensitively done. I don't really have a problem with the fenestration or even the 3 French doors on the east.
Thank you. Jesse? Want me to come back to you?
No,
Okay.
yeah, I think overall it's a improvement to the design's improvement to the building for sure. I'm not sure separating the gang windows, if you do it in one area, that it's not okay to do it in, you know, if you have to continue to do it throughout the rest of the building. But per Diane's suggestion of breaking up the mold windows on the west elevation, I'm okay with that, and it could be an improvement. The south elevation, not that I think you'll see it much, but a pergola over the shower seems, I don't know if that's typical. And then east elevation, I think the second floor reads better with the windows connected, and maybe doing 2 French doors on the first floor. And that's it. Overall, it's a great design.
Thanks, Jesse. Steve?
I'm just a little curious what you guys think. The fenestration, just in general, overall, is what I'm seeing on that area is 6/1s, 2/1s, and if that would help to kind of lighten up just the impact of there's so many windows and it's all grid-like, and to me that's reading as it's making it look heavier. And I think that it's also making the scale of the. I think that if you were to do 2/1s or you to do 6/1s, it might change the perception of the scale of the structure in a beneficial way. So it's just a thought.
Can I make a quick comment on that?
Yeah, please.
We actually looked at that because we were wanting to go 2/2s.
Yeah, it didn't look
And
right.
no, there's so many in a row.
Yeah.
And it was just like, it was gonna be too many 2/2 bungalows right in a row, and we actually intentionally went to 6/6 to try to make it different than the neighbors leading up to this
Okay.
house. So
That's fine, you guys did it with, I'm not gonna draw over each one while I'm sitting here trying to visualize it, and
it looks great with 2/2s.
Yeah.
And we have it drawn that way, but we
But
did
not
want
with
to
the
differentiate
gangs.
it from the rest of the bungalows on
Bungalows on the
Wall
street.
So it was an actual intentional thing.
And then I just think on the, I think the dormer on the west elevation, if you were to keep it a full dormer left to right, this is my personal thought. I'd wanna see the streetscape with 31 next to it. So you have 1, 2, so you have an idea of what's next to it. If you weren't gonna break that down into two-piece dormer or something shorter. And then on the rear, which would be the east, which is visible from Willard, I guess. Right, is that Willard on the back?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fenestration, and I'm kind of torn between being ganged and not, which is what made me wonder about a different light configuration. I do think the number ones in the kitchen could certainly be changed.
Top sash?
That one, yeah, you could put a 3-foot tall double hung in there and still have plenty of space with a counter, or something thereabouts. And then the triple French doors, I think, is a little heavy. So the number one windows and the aft doors, my personal thoughts are there could be some revisions there. And on the front, if there's support for if there's not support for the full dormer, then I would say send us a streetscape.
Can I comment on that, Mr. Chairman? On 31 that you mentioned.
Yeah, briefly.
That's my client, has no relationship to this structure at all, not even physically. Doesn't look anything like this structure.
No, I understand that. I just want,
He just wants to see them together.
yeah.
Oh, those three are one stories, sort of.
Well, I think isn't that your point, Steve? To see them together?
Yeah, look, there are a few together that are small as the existing structure is, and then there are some that are not. And personally, if we don't have support for if he doesn't have support for the large dormer, I would like to see the streetscape. I prefer to see it in 2, but again, that's my preference.
Prefer to see it in 2 as in
Two
2
pieces
dormers?
with cottage corners and.
Oh, okay, I understand.
But, that's one person. And if you wanted to do the full, if you didn't have support for a full dormer, I'd say bring in a streetscape and show us, make your case.
Make the case for a full dormer.
Yeah.
Okay.
If people don't want to have a full dormer,
Got
if
it.
you all don't think it's appropriate.
Well, actually, I think you're the first person I've heard say that to get to break it up.
Which is why I'm making that point.
Diane.
I just want to say, looking at these pictures that they gave us, the windows
Yeah.
in that big dormer with the trim that seems to be more, you're not so aware than being ganged as you are in other places. I don't know whether it's the trim is an inch or 2 wider.
It's a really big head casing on it.
Yeah, and that gives it a little,
Oversized head
that
casing.
gives it a little relief from
The
that.
head casing is not attractive. It's way bizarre.
I think the height of it it's great to have it remain that height. And I don't know, on the facade, the west facade, I don't know what the best thing is. It's just when you're looking at it, it looks like there's a lot of fenestration on that facade.
Can I comment on the other 2 buildings that Diane and I sat on? The dormers that were on those were too long, and what you're looking at on this one is that there's too much wall plane. I think that the 212 is not atypical for Grant Point, frankly.
Right.
But what's atypical is the amount of space on the outside of the 2 flanking windows. Normally the dormer, like those other ones, would be pulled in tighter to the outside of those pairs. you have 4 to 5 feet on the outside of those pairs.
Right.
And there's too much wall plane on the outside, so normally what we've required in the past is to pull, it would look perfect then. If the 2 outside walls of that dormer in the front were pulled in another couple of feet like we used to require, that would make that dormer fit really well without having all that extra wall space on the outside of the outside windows. That's what's throwing the perspective off, and what we've made everybody else down there do is pull those cheek walls in, if anybody remembers that.
Oh, yeah.
They always pulled the cheek walls in. As far as the
Could
back,
you take some pictures of the neighbors, please? All right, so
the back, let me just finish.
So
on
I
the
make
back.
a motion
Linda,
to
you
hold.
had your chance to speak.
Well,
We got a
related
lot of
to-
stuff to
I know.
cover tonight.
One of mine is mine.
Yeah.
But related to what we're talking about, the over fenestration in the back, there's a simple way to fix that would work with his floor plan.
Well, we can't
Separate
tell
those 2
them-
windows out, away from the French doors, and it equalizes that whole dormer.
I was actually gonna say that, but,
See,
and now, so Diane, have you finished?
I was gonna say, let's hold, I make a motion to hold.
Well,
for
I just
business.
wanted, I'm just gonna add my comments.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you.
And they're very brief. East elevation, I just think that the fenestration is a little too chaotic. There's a lot of different pane sizes and so forth, a lot of ganged units. And frankly, you could make the deck a little bit smaller if you did move the doors in and rearrange those windows on the second floor. That's all I have to say. So can somebody give me a motion?
I make a motion to hold for business.
Very good, thank you.
And
All
some
those in
pictures
favor?
of stuff in
Yeah,
the
pictures
neighborhood.
of context.
Can I make a motion that we take a quick break?
Well, we do have the,
Garage?
you know, garage.
Oh, all right, we do it after the garage.
And that's where all the comments.
It's up to you guys.
Actually,
Yeah,
the
let's
garage,
Or-
you wanna do it now?
That's
Break
all the
now?
comments.
Break
No,
now?
I think we should finish this one.
All right, but this one's gonna be more verbiage.
Too contentious.
No, you'll hold it for revision.
I
Diane, do you
think the
wanna break
scale
now?
of this one.
It doesn't matter, it's just.
Okay, so
my-
let's move.
My
But
focus is
same
falling
board,
apart.
same board.
All right.
We're heating up here.
You don't care that it's falling apart.
Yeah, which I was gonna
But I
start.
do.
I
All
know.
you,
Damn, betcha I do.
So this is the one that I was gonna start reading, but then I quickly realized that it was relating to the garage, studio as opposed to the main house. Writing, and this is, Sean and Bill Cronin. I'll have to find out what their address is.
They're
Writing-
right next door.
Right next door.
So this garage is abuts their property line.
Okay, we're writing to express concerns with the 2-story garage studio that our next door neighbors at 29 Walsh are proposing to build adjacent to an existing house that they recently purchased. Our understanding is that this proposal is currently under consideration. At over 1,000 square feet, this garage studio is bigger than our entire house, hence not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Upon looking at similar homes in close proximity to our own home that also have garage studios, these second structures are considerably smaller than the one proposed for 29. For example, please see 21 Walsh, 23 Walsh, and 25 Walsh. The size of the second structure at 29 Walsh is not befitting the character of the rest of the neighborhood. It is essentially a second house. Additionally, its proposed location is as close to our property as possibly can be, and even includes a balcony and staircase leading up to the structure's second floor that infringes on our family's privacy with a direct view into our backyard and our outdoor shower.
You want me to read Sarah's?
Well, there's one more paragraph, but basically it has to do with the notification process, which we've gotten numerous complaints on. It just has to, you all understand what the issues are there.
The square footage? You don't have to repeat it?
No, it's that, sometimes these are in trusts and they go to the lawyer who's,
They go to Florida, they
in
come back.
Colorado, and by the time they get them, they miss the hearing. Actually, this didn't miss the hearing, so we respectfully request that the HCC require that the proposed second structure at 29 Walsh be altered to better fit with the character of the neighborhood and to address the privacy concerns we raised. Thank you very much. Sean and Bill Cronin.
Want to read Sarah's?
Okay, yeah, yeah, I can read it. Want me
No,
to
this
read
is
it?
my client.
Okay, go.
Sarah O'Reilly, 20 Willard Street. To the HCC, I just wanted to share with you my thoughts on the new garage studio that's before you. My concern is the size and its proximity to their neighbors at 22 Willard. If you look at their proposal, it's extremely close. The staircase and landing will be looking down into their kitchen, living room, some of the same privacy things. Back deck with outside dining and grill area, plus their outside shower. If anything smaller in size, the side staircase moved to the other side. Number 3, and a few more feet to the 5-foot setback from the fence. The parking area deep enough to park long SUVs, because they do park half in the street, so they don't hang out on the road. These are just some suggestions of keeping this a caring and friendly neighborhood for all. Thank you, Sarah O'Reilly.
Thanks.
She told me in the hallway that her concerns are still the huge massing. A lot of the secondary cottages down and secondary structures down on the point are small, especially in the interior. This is too large, too tall, too narrow, too vertical. And I'll get into my, you want me to keep going with my comments?
Well, actually, I think that in fairness, Ben should present his
I'll say
project.
he hasn't gone yet.
Thank you. So we are looking to build a garage studio on this property on the south eastern corner. The neighbor, the Cronins, you know, that is a neighborly issue, privacy and all that. I think we all know in these little neighborhoods that we all live in a fishbowl. You know, as a kid on Farmer Street, I know that we used to hear all the people coming back and forth after the bars and the neighbors walking their dogs and everything. These neighborhoods are tight, and architecture is part of the streetscape. So, you know, my client will work with the Cronins on those issues, but I think we're here tonight to look at the architecture. And I think the architecture is very small in scale. The building is just a dot over 20 feet tall. The main house is 24 feet tall, and the secondary structure on the main house was 22 feet tall, so this is well lower than. The styling is in the same cottage corners and kind of bungalow style that the main house is, so to keep them all in keeping. On the south elevation where that walk-up deck is, we've broken up the interior, the second floor, so that we didn't have a dormer with a door in it, so you actually only go up about 2/3 of the way, and then you go into a little foyer, and then you go up another third height. So the point of that deck was not to go up 2 stories and then go in. It was actually to break that up. That height is the lowest we can make it to meet floodplain, because that landing needs to be above the floodplain. So that was the reason for not going all the way up, but also not going in at grade. The building's 18 feet wide facing Willard, and then it goes back to 28 feet in interior. And that's my.
Okay. Thanks, Ben.
My turn?
Yep.
I think the neighbors have expressed their concerns about the volume. You have, if you look at the north elevation, that ridge runs into the other ridge instead of being subordinate to it. The doors face, the east elevation faces the street, does it not, or is it facing? It has to face the street. Yeah,
Yep.
and you've got a humongous, oversized deck and a pent roof. I don't remember seeing too many of those on a structure like this. I think it's highly inappropriate to have that second floor deck in a pent roof that size facing the road. So I don't think that's going to work, or it shouldn't work. When you look on the north elevation, you can see how weird it is. The dormer, again, is too much wall plane on the outside of the fenestration. The same thing on the north elevation. I do appreciate the cottage corners. That's always working. The floodplain, my understanding, doesn't have to be met if it's not living space. If it's a garage at grade, it can be at grade.
Well,
There's no living space at grade.
That is true.
That's absolutely true.
So I don't know why we have an elevated outdoor deck with stairs.
Because the
Because the
stairs.
living space
Not
has
living
to,
space.
not human habitation, there's no kitchen. It's a studio with no kitchen.
Oh, I don't know.
It's still habitable.
It's habitable space.
It is not considered habitable space.
It's
It's considered for
Linda, you-
building code
okay.
requirements, I just did 3 of these.
With the
It's
vi-
not habitable space
It has no
because it's
kitchen.
no kitchen and there's no
No,
sleeping.
right.
It's
That
just
makes
hang
it
out
not
and do whatever you wanna
That
do.
makes it not a dwelling.
Not a
Right.
dwelling. And
Because-
usually on the
But it
on
is
the card,
habitable space.
on the
It is.
card that I just closed one, just like this, it said not for human habitation.
Can you get, well, no, that means you can't sleep there. But a studio is inhabited,
You can
is
sit in
being inhabited by an artist, and that has to be above the floodplain. Now,
The
get
entrance does not.
clarification on that. All right, so, okay,
But I'll leave that for now.
yep,
But that's
okay.
the entrance. So I still have a problem with that. But their biggest issue is the massing, the sheer height. I don't appreciate the 20-foot. The fact that you have 2 intersecting ridges, one is not subordinate to the other, like it should be. And this massive overhanging deck on a pent roof facing the road. When was the last time we
Okay.
did that?
All right,
So,
good,
there you go.
Linda, thank you. I'm gonna go around the table. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah, I guess what I'd like to get is, so we don't have to go back and forth on this, the clarification, habitable,
Versus not.
that's pretty straightforward, I think you can put that to bed, versus a dwelling. I do agree with comments by the neighbors, agent, Linda Williams, about the east elevation and the bent roof with the railing deck. If that's gonna be there, I'd like to see that skinnied up quite a bit. I also think that the height, if you can get, I think you need to make some revisions with respect to the height. Or again, bring a streetscape that shows us the whole street so that you're making your case otherwise.
I think when you see the, and sorry, Steve, but
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a streetscape of this building and the main house. It's incredible how small this building looks in comparison to the main house. So I think that will be a helpful,
Well,
and I'll show you the neighbor too, because the neighbor just
Yeah.
got raised.
My suggestion is use the neighbors, because if you're using the house, then you're kind of making the case of the concern of the neighbors that the house is too big.
Yep.
So I'm a little bit concerned about that. I do agree, it would be nice if you had some differentiation in the main gables. However, that's not, the primary concern for me is so much as it's just a sense that it is, for such a small building, it is kind of tall for the in context. Other than that, no other comments.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane?
Well, I agree with what Stephen said, that on the east elevation, where you have the garage doors, the French doors, and the deck sitting on the pent roof, is not what we usually see or have. I think that it is too heavy. If you look at it on the south elevation and the north elevation, on that pent roof, it just doesn't fit in. I think if the building doesn't have to be raised for flooding, I think that mid-sized deck is sort of interesting there. It breaks up that side of the building. I don't, at the moment, I don't mind that. I think on the north elevation, the window up at the top, that's a north window. If it truly is going to be used as an artist, there should be the 2 windows, but they should be actually separated enough so that they get light in, not pinpointed to one place where they're painting. The north light is the best light to paint by.
He's an attorney and he's going to do paperwork and stuff up
Way
there. He's not a painter. I'm sorry.
Well, my mother was an artist, and I listened to that all my life. So
It's true.
It's true.
It is true. It is true.
Lawyers work better with northern lights.
Yeah, but they do.
It's just the worst thing that hits me is the deck and on top of that pent roof. If you could bring a little bit of it down, like on the north elevation, I don't know whether you can break that ridge up or not. I would like to see it broken up a little bit, cause I just think it makes it look small. Do you know, I can't find anywhere what the actual square footage of the garage is. I got the one,
The footprint's about 500 and change, 504.
504.
Okay, 'cause
we were
the-
very close to not notifying the neighbors, but we did. So
Yeah,
we did.
504 on the second floor.
the,
Yeah, right.
cause it's 1313 in the main house.
Yeah, yeah. So
And
it's 500.
So the garage is half, 3 times smaller than the main house. If it's 5 and the other is 13, close enough for that. So it may perhaps look bigger on the plans, but it is not so big. So anyway, for the moment, that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse, you ready?
I agree with the board. I think that a balcony would look better just not there with just a pair of windows and a pent roof. And to squat it down, as much as you can. And I think the footprint itself is fine, and everything else doesn't really, I think is good. That's it.
Thank you. Abby?
Two small things, I think, I agree with Jesse that something about that east elevation is over designed. I would think a Juliet balcony without the pent roof. You said leave with just pent roof. I think just a Juliet balcony without the pent roof would be less busy.
Can I make a comment on that real quick? My clients wanted that, like a North Wharf balcony with, ideally hanging like brackets from above. And I said, I can't, there's no way. So I came up with this concept, but they would love just a little floating. I mean, they just want somewhere just to step out,
I think one or the other, but both together is
I
a
agree.
bit much. And then I was thinking about the massing, that if on this south elevation, if this gable was, this part stepped back, the line
Yes, you
came
wanna
down.
hear something? Your fellow commissioners over there drawing exactly the same thing that you're just describing.
Oh, okay.
And it was the one thing that I was gonna bring up,
Oh.
which is, and it's also what Linda had alluded to. Right now, you have a gable and another, you have one gable that's perpendicular to the other gable, same width, same height. Simple solution that will articulate this gable as separate from this, reduce the height of this, is to rebate the back portion, the back third of this building, so that you get a shadow line A. The gable gets narrower, therefore the ridge comes down B. I think there's all sorts of good things that would come out of that, so it was interesting seeing you over there drawing it and her
Yeah, I
her
was like,
voice against like,
hey, I was-
wow. So, anything else, Abby?
No, that's it.
Okay, and so basically, the rest of the board has already touched on my issues. My main issue is the pent roof slash deck, very much overwrought. And of course, the thing that we just talked about. So, can I have a motion for some revisions here? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Now we'll take your break.
Thank you. Abby, we're a pretty good team.
Yeah, man. Okay, 5-minute break, everybody. 7:30.
Very necessary break.
Yeah.
All right, stretch.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see, Linda, where's your next one?
I'm way down.
Way down.
Not way down.
Like how far down?
Well,
Yeah, they're.
I'm trying to keep.
Oh, no, you're not that
I
far
need to
down.
know,
They
approximately,
know it. I mean, any of this.
What do you think put together?
if you know how
I have
much
no
it
idea.
costs
I
to
mean,
stick
I've
build.
been, you don't wanna hang?
I don't care
not a fancy building, but just a building.
Hey, John, you notice for
And the
Thursday.
square foot cost of it costs to reuse.
Well, reuse is gonna be your site development cost, foundation, electrical, it's probably less than 100 square feet. It depends on the size of the building. Because if it's 2,000 square feet, it's 50 versus 700 square feet. There's a huge difference in
Right,
cost.
so let's give them both the same amount of square feet.
So I would say that your minimum is.
I think she's all hooked up because of this November.
Again, it depends on the square footage. I would say minimum of 125. That's a reuse.
That's a reuse.
And that's like site development and fixing stuff.
Yeah,
It's electrical service.
I've got all the prices of it, but I didn't know whether some of them would be, because they want $10,000 to do the hardscape.
Yeah.
And they want, no, they want $5,000 to do the hardscape and $10,000 to
Before we hook up?
do the landscape.
Could you get a foundation price?
Figured out while it's in the building.
What do you do, take it?
25,000 digging, slab, and foundation, does that sound right?
Basement or a slab on grade?
No, it's the basement.
The
The foundation would be a
They tried to get me
basement
going. I
slab.
went up there
Yeah.
once.
If you have,
I've been to
if you have numbers,
It was
like if you have paperwork,
Yeah.
can you meet Thursday?
Okay, I'll bring it.
Bring it, I'll look at it.
All right.
Cause I can look at it and be so much more useful than
Right,
trying to.
this is, well, I didn't think of that, but I didn't want to bother you. I'm the CPC, sitting on CPC, I am now the
Just lay down and take a one hour.
manager for housing and traffic.
Because I know that
And
if
they
I
haven't
fall
really
asleep, like,
done, so for the last time their homework. And they used to tip the architect.
Don't hire someone who's a contractor to put that stuff together as a My suggestion would be, if you wanna know, is if they hire someone who works
Just
with
walk around
their
there.
their job.
Oh, I
No, I'll make it.
Literally right off the corner.
Pricing stuff out with contractors, so they're not just relying on contractors. Nothing gets like it. You
Well,
want a
this is,
contract.
what they're doing is,
For me.
they've used all these contractors over a period of time. So they're working with them, and they know. It doesn't go out to
I
bid.
go in and I get
So there's no bidding.
Yeah, but for some reason
Diane was talking about that, and I can ask Diane. It does not go out to bid. It is all,
over to
It's still there.
what can you do?
Yeah, I was there last
They
November.
use Barrett and Aleo. And those are both
The ones over 760.
They were waiting for the state.
If you bring the numbers, I'll look at them.
I'll bring the whole thing so you can look at it. That would be wonderful.
We might have a little now next month.
Yeah.
But I got the house up.
I got meetings, the fourth.
Seriously. Because what I did is I got
10, 10, 11 for 3 hours. I got one for
permit said
9, 10, 11. I got one for 14.
Well, are we do you think we're gonna meet Thursday?
I don't know,
So
but I
that's
can
the
call you.
fourth.
I can.
Thank you.
Know, I can take a hour of your
Can
time.
you, are you gonna be here?
Oh, yeah.
And do you have a meeting?
These are all meetings in the
Or
early
you wanna
morning.
get back and see where my
relatives
Okay, cause I have capital committee until 12, so it'll be Thursday, but after HCC, we can look at it.
Yeah, that would be great. Will give me,
mean-
I just, I want to see him intelligent, but I don't want to be on there. But I
Not
want them to,
necessarily.
I want them to have I want them to do the, at the end of the fiscal year, which is July, they're supposed to return any money that's left. But they didn't.
No,
They keeping
Matt's
it and
apartment in
using
Madrid.
it
Matt McKecker.
to do stuff
His
now.
apartment.
His wife
I'm
bought
not
an
sure
apartment in
that's
Madrid.
appropriate
In Madrid?
to do that.
In Madrid.
Or that in having
Yeah, that's
supposedly requested
Sounds like a
quite
good
a bit of
time.
money and
Why
not
not?
having it realized
I'm like, that's
that
all
it's
right.
over.
He has to,
Yeah, right.
over here.
I love Madrid.
And this type of figuring is not my cup of tea.
No.
It's got a couple of 2 over 2 windows, a 10 roof, a couple of rafter tails.
What?
Little balcony. One time because
Yeah, I'm talking about the apartment. It must
I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to do a good thing, and they're
What
trying
do
to
we
make it
think,
work.
folks?
with
We
what
ready?
Right. And
they-
but
I'm
Libby
not
did
against it.
not reappoint Cheryl at Park and Rec. She was very good. And she
Well,
was
yeah, we got a few before we get to
to
Yeah, and TJ's
to
here.
learn about Park and Rec and this.
Yeah, well, we're gonna cruise. Okay.
Nuts and raisins, I don't need any of those cars.
Yeah,
It was for you.
yeah, it was on Park and Rec. She, and she was very good. Quiet,
Let's see.
pointed, and his hair across her eyes
Abby's
for some reason or other.
Oh, she's not?
No, no, no.
But she doesn't, does she appoint?
Yes, yes, she does.
I think she'll be back.
Hey,
She has to appoint her.
Mr. Haddon,
Yes.
did you already pass out
I
that
know you're not
stuff
gonna.
Yeah.
for John's
I've
next
worked
week?
with her and stuff, and I haven't found her to be a three-headed dragon.
John.
So you and I are
John.
on.
I think so.
I'm losing.
Steve might be on it too.
Secretary when I was elected.
Okay.
I waited for that late time. She started she does,
This is next to
however,
Aurora.
many
All right,
minutes.
this is-
I'm just gonna wait in 1 minute.
I know this all too well. I'm right here. That's my one.
Is it?
I mean, what would
Oh,
you,
yeah.
I know all back
you
here.
would do what you wanted to do?
Well, I always
Actually,
do,
really
but I
nice.
don't pretend I
Low
don't.
profile house.
You would do what you wanted to do with that.
But you have to be
Okay,
sometimes you have to do it for the good of the
Okay, we're gonna get back.
Company.
Hey, didn't you already do a house on this piece of property?
Yep,
But I just wanted to know.
house is there.
I want family.
Right.
I'd be happy to look at them.
I got everything approved.
Yeah, we're looking at revising this garage a lot.
I'm not to play gotcha with
I,
anyone.
I remember this.
Yes, sir.
There's a couple of big trees out there. Okay, everybody, let's see, so now
Jesse and TJ.
we are Jesse and
Yes,
TJ.
sir.
Okay, everybody all set to go? So this is a project that Ben had gotten approved 6 months ago or so?
No, actually, I've got the minutes, because it was January, it was January of 2017. So,
Oh,
yep.
okay.
They've been picking away at it, it's under construction.
It's off Hummock Pond Road, little dirt road called Oak Hollow, and he's down at the very end. So you want to tell us what you're revising here?
Yeah, so, yeah, we had the house and the garage approved, a year and a half ago. We had, the house is pretty unique, and we had a lot of that unique approved due to limited visibility. We also had a little two-car garage approved at that time, and my clients are now looking to add a large barn-like piece to that garage, as can be seen on the west and south elevation, and the north elevation.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So like, is the garage built?
Nope, the
No.
garage it was never built, so
I
this
see,
is,
so this is,
yeah, they never actually built.
you're just doing this appendage like, it's abstract right now, it's not?
Yep. So, there is some grade difference here, so we are looking at like a 3-foot kind of grade difference. So the barn structure is actually lower than this two-car garage. And then on the west, they are planning for a large garden out those big doors, as can be seen in the site plan. So this is an agricultural, hobby agricultural use.
Where's the big
but
doors?
On the west elevation. And so this is going to be truly kind of agricultural in use.
Oh.
And so it looks like a barn, it quacks like a barn, and it actually is, even though there are going to be animals in it, but it will be of agricultural use. So.
Okay. You've been.
No problem.
Is this like a tertiary
No.
building?
It's all you, there's no living, there's no habitable or studio, it's
just
all
about
storage.
agriculture.
It is not a dwelling or studio or any other.
So
variation.
this much,
It's in the
this
center
much we approved.
of nothing.
And then
It's very
this
interesting
thing
when
on
you
the
get down
back
to
is
the end.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a big
yeah.
wet area back there.
And it's Henneke back there.
Well, Gertrude Bernard lived going down
Down at the, this is
you
the
know
road
Gertrude? She-
and so.
at the fair.
Oh, yeah, why?
And she had that little daughter, and the daughter always had the dog.
On the
Yep.
road.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's already approved.
Yes, Gertrude did.
Yep.
She was on the right-hand side as you went down.
So that
It's
kind
like
of
racing,
thing off
right?
front, that's gonna be all gated in.
Her daughter did it, rather.
Her daughter
no,
may have died
they
also.
last
She
lived
has
on
a son, but he lives off island.
Cliff.
Yeah,
and they
I
actually
think he's
live
living there
down
now.
to Maine. It's wild as a
I don't know, I haven't
Sally
seen
Lowell.
Grace, the daughter, for a long time.
Didn't she work for the, I'm sorry, we're talking about it.
You guys paying attention now?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Okay.
My sincere apologies.
All right, so I want some comments on this.
I'm ready to give comments.
Okay.
The lack of visibility helps, and I like the barn feel of it and the agricultural feel of it. And the windows on the doors seem a little on the big side, but I'll let the board decide on that, because I wouldn't know what an alternative would be necessarily. And yeah, I think it's got a nice simple feel to it.
Thanks. TJ?
Yeah, I also like the simplicity, but one thing I note is that it's quite tall. It's like 26 feet tall. But I don't recall what the house looks like. Maybe
The house is maxes out at like 24, but it is up the hill from this, so
Oh,
it
sure,
sits on
at least
a.
3 feet.
So there, yeah,
Yeah, I've been out to there a couple of years ago. I remember it kind of starts slow and way in the distance starts to rise a little bit.
it does. There's quite a grade here. that we're looking at.
So this is actually in real time taller than the house, but the grade difference might help.
Yeah, I mean, I think this ridge is probably within 6 or 8 inches of the main house, but the main house is kind of a one-story cape, which I did bring plans for if you'd like to see it.
Yeah, that would be good to see.
If I have them.
It's kind of like deceiving, like when you look at the elevations, you can't automatically tell it's that tall, but I think.
So here's the main house.
I think the barn,
This is only
a true barn can be a little
Okay.
bigger, like the ones we did out in Quays.
So this would
Yeah.
this way and a little.
It is 26.
It's an unusual house. It's kind of a
Just that.
cape modern thing.
Pretty neat.
Okay, thank you, TJ.
Thank you.
Abby?
Well, like Jesse said, you can't really see it, so, I mean, it's, I would like to see, more fenestration, bigger windows, but, just this on this new gable on the north, I think it would be nice to have more fenestration on it. I guess the two windows, since the two windows are already there.
I mean,
Are
they're
they already
Nothing's,
existing?
nothing's built yet.
No, it's not built yet.
I'd like to see that two window get bigger.
Oh, the number 2 window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the numbers.
Oh, what
But
did you?
I thought you meant the 2 windows.
Oh,
Okay.
no, I think, the number 2 windows, I would like to see bigger,
In general.
in
You're
general.
talking
And a
like,
little more fenestration on that, the new gable coming forward to the north.
okay.
I-
You're gonna say that's the side that faces,
I'm gonna say that I think the barns have very few windows. You look at, barns from all over the place, they have so few. And I think that's actually one of the endearing qualities of this elevation, is that it is reading as a barn because it doesn't have a lot of windows. It's a lot of blank space.
Point
So
taken.
that's kind of my.
okay. Diane?
You're not going to like.
Uh-oh, are there
This-
gang windows on
This
there?
is a barn, and it's going to be a barn for stuff. It's not a barn pretending to be a barn that's gonna be a Uzi.
No,
I think that the doors going into a barn, somebody's coming in with an armful of stuff, you should be able to slide it. It should be a wooden door, and like your E-door that you have on the north elevation, on your east elevation, instead of the one with the pent roof. I think the windows should be bigger. I don't think that they should be twos. I think that they should be how are those going to open? How are they planned to open?
I think they're fixed. I think where Coney was fixed.
Which ones?
On the north elevation, your
North
one
elevation.
windows, how do they open?
They're fixed.
Fixed? How are you going to get air in that barn?
See those barn doors?
Yeah, I saw the barn doors, but it has to get out somewhere. You're gonna build these guys a barn, and they're going to plant stuff out there, then I would keep in mind that it works as far as a real barn is concerned, and those little windows aren't gonna cut it. That's,
You mean you'd like to see double hung windows there or something?
oh, something that they can push up, push out, or something that gets air in the summertime. They won't need to have a stove, they'll cook everything in there, if indeed that's a barn.
Well, they're not gonna cook it.
It's
Let me
true.
clarify. There's a
Talking about it getting hot in there.
there's a 2-car garage, and then there's the barn. So
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that that 2-car garage is more going to be cars,
Right, and this is a
and
barn,
then the lower section is the barn. So
right,
this one, just so that there's no confusion.
that's what, let's call a barn and make it look like a barn.
I agree.
The south elevation is good, and the west elevation you can do, but the other ones need a little, I think, need a little work, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. And the only thing I'll say, west elevation is the side that faces the street.
There's no way in this world or next you're gonna see this from the street,
Really?
way in.
I mean from, whatever, what's the name of it?
Oak
Oak Hollow Lane.
Well, then they have to come down.
Isn't it the very
You'll
end?
Yeah.
It runs out when it gets down there, yeah.
Yeah, we're the last street. Well, we're the second to last.
Is Oak Hollow a public street?
Yeah. Well, it's a private way, but you can travel it.
It's probably in a butter's way.
Right, or whatever. Yeah.
It's a publicly traveled way. So the only thing I was gonna say at all is because that faces the street, you know, you got this thing that looks a little bit like a pent roof, but isn't that just supposed to be that
The
rail?
track for the doors.
Yeah, so you don't not need to have that shingle all over the top of it. It's all, like, it's only this big. Those little
Yeah.
boxes are about
Yeah, that might
6
be
inches
right. That
square.
might be rendered too large.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
And then it would really look like it's supposed to look like a barn,
Yep.
to Diane's point. That's the only comment I have. So we don't wanna hold this for a couple of minor revisions? Is
Yeah,
that
I
what you
make
wanna
that
do?
motion.
Okay, great. All those in favor of Diane? Well, we're talking really minor here. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Pool cabana. Same board.
Everything, huh?
Once we hit that 7 o'clock
When I do
threshold, all of a sudden the night just goes, just disappears. Oh my gosh, what's this?
It's a fruit platter.
Okay, let's go. Let's talk about this pool cabana rapidly.
So as much as I'd like to look at the design and enjoy
Oh, it's
it,
in the back.
it's in the very far back corner of the property.
Okay, talk about impossible to see.
And it's all natural weather,
Yeah.
little shed
Is
with
this,
a cute little modern.
What do you say,
natural
guys?
bungalow.
Here's the plan.
No, this is the more luxury side of the house.
Now, this, I was gonna question the visibility, cause you can see, you can drive down Oak Hollow and see the garage. But this is behind the house, and behind this house is a huge sort of wetland area.
There's actually a pond back there.
A pond, yeah.
That is
So,
definitely black.
you know, you ain't gonna see this. And even if you did, is it objectionable?
A little bit.
So, what do you say, guys? Does anybody have an opinion on this?
I have no concerns.
Okay,
I
thank
have
you.
no concern.
Great, thank you,
I'll go with
Abby. TJ,
Motion to approve as submitted.
there you go. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody else? No. Okay, now the pool.
You can have a cabana for a pool.
Yeah, I mean, but same rule applies here.
Yeah, this thing's tucked into the architecture of the building pretty good.
Yeah. Well, and it faces that huge open area.
Not even. It's like even more tucked in.
Okay.
But yes.
Pretty.
Pretty
cool. Do we have a plan for it?
Yeah, you do. The little pool is tucked into
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
the
I
crutch
see.
of the building.
So if you could see the cabana, that the cabana is hiding the pool anyway. And this is all, so here we are, this is back here, and all this, that's a pond.
Sylvia's
All that
pond.
is, you know, wetland.
You have to make sure this is.
That's a neighbor. Oh,
Just these.
The
what is
wire
it,
fence.
Which is north, this is.
Yeah.
yep.
So it's the south side of the pool, I just like to keep that in vegetation forever.
Yep.
Okay, any other comments on this application?
Okay, should I make it?
Go.
Motion to approve, keeping that south side vegetation in perpetuity.
Sounds good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. We'll get back to my farm.
All right.
Back soon.
Yeah, it won't take much.
No. Okay.
Okay, all right, Elizabeth, you're up.
What's that?
Hey there.
Hi, how are you?
Okay,
Thank you.
now we're TJ and Stephen for the following two.
Terry Elizabeth Homewood for the applicant.
It's on Unknown Street.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so there's a lot of structures right on Pochek, kind of a new three-structure thing that went up, and so my client sits behind that. His house is already there, and I think it was intensively the architecture would match that of the house. Are you starting with the pool or are you starting with the building?
We're starting with the pool cabana.
Yeah.
At least that's what this,
Yeah. It came out of Guy Grassie's.
mhm.
So I think, the roof element is meant to match that of the house. I think we provided photos
Okay.
with the pool.
Oh, good point. Good catch.
But they're all like that. Like everything. All the paints are a
Okay,
little bit
something's
funny.
a little wacky.
It's-
I mean, maybe somebody's trying to be creative.
I think they're matching the house.
Well, I
Really?
don't think so.
Do you see on the drawing how that's not really symmetric? Is that what you wanted?
I think there is a window schedule.
Well, these are just messed up.
I know
Is
plans
that
that
what
will
you're
have
talking about?
windows.
Yeah.
It's probably just
See
a
that for a
mistake.
second?
Okay.
So it's like a
Drafting error, I
weighted
should
double
say.
hung, but I can't believe that's what they're actually.
They
oh my
listed
God.
them.
Well, and the French doors have 3 different size
So
panes.
bizarre.
So maybe it came, what's when it came through the printer, you think?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Something's just a little
No.
bit off. But
'Cause
we
they're
can,
all-
but
it's
we know we can
consistently
make,
wrong.
don't we?
Maybe you can make it so that they're all equal. And
Sure.
if you
I think
decide
we
to
get
do a
it.
Because
motion.
other than that, well,
Yeah.
comments from the board. Stephen, you ready?
Yeah, are the doors also intended to be artistic like that with the lowest set of lights larger than the middle and the middle larger than the
I
upper?
think all equal,
Drafting error.
all equal.
all equal.
Okay. Not that we're gonna see it in any event, correct? Is any of this visible, Elizabeth? Where are we with visibility?
No, it's behind like another lot that's fully built out.
Okay, so if this were to be approved with
Funky windows, you wouldn't be able to
limited
see it.
visibility or no visibility? Okay. I have no concerns.
Any other comments? TJ,
No concerns.
Abby?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Can I just,
Hey, yeah, go ahead, Diane.
on the front of the cabana or whatever it
Yeah.
is that we are looking at, they have a big column. Is that column that's the same size and everything as the ones around the house?
Yeah, 'cause there's a covered porch and there's a pergola in the main house.
Right, but they don't,
They relate back to the main house?
are these tapered?
No, I don't believe so. But there's pictures of the house.
I have a picture of the house, and the columns look absolutely straight. I don't know, maybe it's just the thing, but it looks like the column is,
Yeah, that's not, it appears to be tapered.
If you want to put in the motion columns to match that of the main house.
yeah, I would do that.
7 to 9 inch taper.
Okay.
So moved.
So it sounds like we got a motion on the table to approve making sure that the columns are to match what was approved at the main house, A, and B, that the double hung windows panes are equal,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
And the muttons and the French doors are equal. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next pool hardscape.
Yeah, we applied, I think this application was at 1998.
Really?
Yeah, so you,
Oh, we have,
well, you did get a lot of consent,
ton of consent,
Yeah.
40 consents,
so it could have been worse, right?
40 consents,
Because we have less than
11
Pinot Noir,
Cs,
so.
Thank you.
4 consent with conditions. Yeah. Okay.
Can I go first?
Yeah, go.
So Elizabeth, this
Well,
is,
can I just ask a question?
yeah.
Elizabeth, do you have anything that you want to say before we comment?
Not, well, the pool is in the ground. So if the house is not visible, this will even be
Okay.
less so.
Thank you. Stephen, go
So
ahead.
my first question was visibility. And you've answered my question.
Okay.
Thank you. No concerns.
Okay, Diane?
Hold on just one
Want me to
second.
come back to you? 'Cause I know
Yeah,
you're
I was
writing
just
over
writing
there.
up the last.
All right, so
thingy.
how about you, Jesse?
I think it is TJ.
Yep, and.
Oh, TJ, I'm
I
sorry.
have no concerns as long as the visibility is taken care of, and I believe it is, with all those trees and the hedge.
Okay,
I ditto that.
all right.
Thank you for the fence.
Diane?
Is there any reason why the pool fence can't come this side, lawn side of the existing vegetation? And you can run it up that place where you have got some sort of planting. Just seems that whole extra quarter makes it so much bigger. And you're closing that whole lawn on the other side of the pool. So everything is fenced off, which we try not to do. You could make it shorter by running it up by the lawn on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
Okay, so she's over here.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
I thought she was over here.
I'm pretty sure, Diane.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, so you're saying, here's all this existing vegetation right
Right.
here? You're saying run it along here, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Is that okay?
that's fine.
All right, let's
because they
go.
have all this
Yeah,
there.
no, I got it. And there's really no
And
point
can
it
it
has
go
to be all the
on
way
the
out.
other side of the hedge too, instead of being on?
Well, but,
see-
you know, this is all their property. I mean, that's all their
Yeah, be
vegetation.
cut off from, we'll be cut off from it, basically.
Yeah.
You know, once you put the fence through there, you cut off from that piece of the property.
Yeah.
And it's
It's all
this
gonna
little
be
cul-de-sac,
scrubby.
shell lane behind another house.
Further, we can also do our, you know, at the time of inspection, the fence will be invisible from a public way. Just as a protection. Okay, somebody wanna make a motion for it? No takers?
Motion to approve, through staff with the, fence adjusted to be inset, further to the wall.
Okay.
Is that too general, or?
I
No,
think it's
that-
on the south
okay.
side, right?
On the south side,
West.
West,
or west?
west side, and that the fence will be invisible, from public view at the time of, inspection.
Yes.
And thereafter.
And thereafter, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, TJ, you're up at bat.
Okay.
TJ hour, okay, so now we know, ooh.
I'm actually on one of mine, 16 Grove Lane. I'd like to hold that for the next new business meeting. We're gonna
Okay.
submit a garage as well.
So-
Motion to hold Grove Lane.
I'd rather you guys see it all together
Right.
anyway.
That's right. Okay, there's a motion to hold Grove Lane, which is item 26 for next new business, did you say?
Yes, which
Okay.
is two Tuesdays from now.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So from the evergreen,
Of course.
No, 5 Barstow.
Barstow.
So there's a house, a cottage already approved for this site. I think Chris Kehill brought it in, half of the applicant.
Sorry, are there any more,
And we're kind of amending the approval on that. It's basically a complete redesign.
Okay.
And you can see that colorful, like orange and yellow footprint is the previous approved cottage footprint, and I just left it on there for reference. Ours is.
Which one are you looking at?
So this little colored footprint
This?
is the previous
Oh,
approved.
yeah, okay, got it.
Right? Yes.
We kind of adjusted it a bit to fit the pool,
Well, it was good, isn't
which will be a separate application and for
There's
review.
napkins.
Oh, I know it's property.
So. Oh, so this is the house.
No, this is the cottage.
Oh, wait a second.
The
So
house,
this house is way up here.
yes, and sorry, I don't even have a photo of it. He had renters in there and I couldn't get to the building. But that's gonna be torn down in a couple years to
God,
build
I
a new
hope so.
house.
It looks like it's little Versailles.
It does look like that.
So this is, are you saying this is the cottage or not a main dwelling?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the cottage. It's, you know, you could consider it somewhat large for the cottage, but this property is one of those that feels like two properties. There's two different curb cuts. They're very far spread apart. It's very much going to behave and look like two separate properties.
Okay.
TJ, what's the size of the lot? Looks like it's over 100,000 square feet.
It's 102. Yep. So this is a Huntington.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Wow.
You did a nice job of it.
That's Huntington either.
Yeah, I know.
Somebody.
Those guys are capable of doing good work.
You got to kind of work around their parameters quite a bit. But
You did a nice job with it.
thank you.
What are our colors, TJ?
White, I believe. You correct me if I'm wrong, Tom? The white.
The front doors folded blue.
Yeah, the front door's got some color.
Okay, so everybody obviously is sitting on this. Anybody care to start? I'm gonna pick someone.
I have no concerns.
No concerns? Okay.
Hold on.
You're eating. Here, I'll come back to you.
No,
Abby,
just that, I just,
You good?
Oh,
Hold on.
I was just-
Hold on. One sec.
you do it. Abby, I'll come in after you.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just wondering on that, south elevation, if, like you did on the west elevation, the way that dormer comes out and doesn't connect into the building, I wonder if you couldn't do that there.
I don't think I can. You mean where the dormer kind of turns the 90 there in the corner?
Yeah,
Maybe about head height.
I had to do that to get the head height up
Okay.
in the hallway.
Uh,
well, you
let's see
gotta,
where that faces in
you got it on the
relation to
west.
the view.
I was just trying to think of how to, break
Oh,
up those.
here, I'm gonna-
windows.
That faces the top side of Barstow, away from the ocean.
Away from
It wouldn't even be Barstow.
that, you know, that to the right there of the front door, it just looks a little bit, sort of bland, but with the 6 windows. I don't know, and I was thinking that the dormer might make it a little more interesting, but,
Oh, you mean having the dormer end?
Yeah.
How would you feel about?
bringing that in a
more?
little bit.
Just
Yeah.
asking,
I could
Yeah.
Bring that in like a foot, or more, maybe 18 inches.
because there is a lot of fluff there.
Yeah, that might take some of the curse off that.
What are you,
Okay, if you're
West-
looking at the south elevation, Diane,
yep,
you see how much space there is? You got those windows to the right of the gable, and you see the dormer, and how much space there is from the last window
Yep.
over to the end of the dormer is expansive.
bring that in.
Yeah,
That's what we were talking about, those other dormers.
exactly.
New wall needs to come in.
Right. Okay, anything else, Abby?
I think the last elevation is fine. I think it's, I can't believe it, this is on Huntington Home, it's really cool, I wanna build a Huntington Home now.
So, now anybody else who comes in and says it can't be done. All right, thank you, Abby. Jesse, got anything?
I don't,
Okay,
but thank you.
I can come back to you if you.
No, I'm good.
All right, Stephen?
I still have no concerns.
Oh, did you say that already? Did you?
No.
Sorry. Diane, it's down to you.
No, I don't have any concern unless you'd like to bring that knee wall in.
Well, I personally would. This is
think
the side
18.
that faces the cul-de-sac, right?
Right,
Yes.
Yeah,
Does-
so.
Should we call that
That's,
12 inches,
it's
or
18 inches,
we can do that.
18?
yeah.
Sold. Okay, so, could somebody make a motion?
I make a motion to approve bringing the knee wall on the south elevation in 18 inches
Through staff.
through
Through
staff.
staff, very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 66 milk.
So I brought you all also some like photos. This is already approved, this barn, but we just wanted to bring back the idea of doing board and batten siding and a transom above the barn door. And these are just some photos in the area of other buildings that have those features. I think it was
Sorry, what are we looking at in these pictures?
well, it's just the features on barns of the transom above the doors.
Yeah.
And board and batten siding.
Is that 40 May?
Pardon?
Yeah.
40 May?
I think it is,
140.
140, yeah.
So
sorry.
upper side.
Great. Like the graphs, just down there.
So we'd really like to, because we had brought back on the original application, both those features. And I think it was mostly John who was opposed to the transom and wasn't sure about the siding, but I know that there's several buildings around, even in this area. I have a little barn with a siding, and so does Jesse with the board and batten. We just think that, it's gonna read fine in this area, and you're not really gonna see it much anyway, because there's a lot of natural vegetation between Milk Street and the structure itself. It's like 30 foot of solid, dense vegetation. You'd hardly even know this property was ever there if you didn't know the address.
This is a garage.
Okay, so
Garage was approved.
Yeah, garage was approved.
garage was approved, so the shape of the garage is the same,
Yes.
right? And what you've changed, because it's not really, it's called out in red.
Yeah, the red shows what's changed.
Okay, so you're adding a transom and you're going to board and batten siding.
Yeah, something
Those are
like
the
a 1 by
two.
10 board and batten.
Okay.
Can you
got
see
it.
this?
You can't even see it. You might see the top of the ridge, but you know.
No.
I think it's appropriate to get rid of the cupola.
Yeah, let's get rid of that cupola.
Done.
I want a cupola on top.
We totally.
Now you guys can trick someone.
Yeah, we have.
Okay, sounds like we got a, Diane, you okay with this one?
Mm-hmm.
Want to get rid of the cupola? No.
No,
Now have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Aye, let's hear aye.
Aye. Terry, there's no cupola in the drawing.
I noticed
Okay.
that and it magically disappeared.
Yeah,
when
I
you
was,
said that.
yeah, I wanted the minutes to not reflect the
Just getting
wrong
tie-dye.
thing.
I thought that was pretty neat, the way when you said that, it disappeared from my mind.
Okay, now
Really
we're down
automating things.
to, now we're down to 28A Evergreen Way.
Exactly.
Poaching nose on.
28A Evergreen Way.
This will be another Huntington.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, set the bar kind of high on those, TJ, you might.
I'm gonna have to dumb this one down.
It's an architect anymore.
Tell my wife, I'm not Lisa,
You're retired.
Lisa, just come in for 10 minutes in the morning and specify a Huntington home.
They're flying out of here like crazy.
Isn't the backlog for these things like a year?
So, it's crazy. Everybody's going on these. You know,
I
not
know.
everybody.
Save yourself a couple $100 a foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hard to beat. Okay. So, Evergreen Way.
he's making his windows
Yeah,
better.
it's tough to get the front door drafted like that.
Thank you.
Are there tall buildings like that over there? This is almost 30 feet.
Yeah, the one we approved at 28B tonight was 29 foot. They had it listed at 28.
Oh, you said that, yeah. You were.
Yeah, so this will be buddy up with that quite nice, I think. And there's also other tall buildings to your point as well.
Okay.
Um,
Who's the tall guy?
I think what we did today earlier on 28 Evergreen was 20, wasn't it 29? 6
That's right, it was the couple.
Mm-hmm. And Abby, there's the window on the third floor for you, that wasn't on the last one.
That's
we're a few inches taller than the last one, but
I don't know, you can't find anything wrong with it, looks good, TJ,
okay.
very appropriate.
what? I think the ceiling
It is rather large.
Yeah, we could reduce it if need be.
Could you make that smaller? for
Sure.
more? Like a bee?
Could you
We've
repeat
got
that?
some bees here.
Okay, so Abby would like to see the C windows in the gable ends reduced in size to a B window.
Just the third floor one?
Just
Yes.
the third floor.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, Diane?
On the first floor, like on the west elevation,
Mm-hmm.
you have B window first floor.
Yeah.
Is that for a reason in the kitchen or something?
That's definitely the kitchen where the countertop becomes
Yeah.
an
Oh,
issue.
yeah, good. Gets right. See the little dash line?
Yep.
His sill is right at the countertop.
Okay. Other than that, I don't have a problem.
Mr. Dutra?
I like Abby's suggestion, and I would approve it with the Bs going on the second floor east elevation.
Okay, that was a motion, right?
That was a motion.
Okay, all those in favor of Chris's motion? Aye. Okay, thanks.
I think
On
he
the
said,
east
I
elevation,
think
I
he
thought-
meant the north and the south elevation.
Yeah,
the
I thought it
gable.
was the north elevation.
Yeah, north and
Well,
south.
what did you say, east and west?
The front, no?
No,
No?
No, it's the two gable ends, sorry.
it's the north and the south, right?
Okay.
Third floor window to a C.
Okay, Linda, you're up.
Sorry, Johnny.
Damn. That fruit is good. It's not as addictive as that
Oh,
stuff.
let's go.
Salt.
Going fast, though.
Salt.
I've got some M&Ms coming next week.
Well, no, that's not
Or the
good.
food.
That thing was stacked high, yeah. That was that.
Welcome back.
Remind me why I did this for 20 years, every Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's a lot, it's a lot.
Okay, so let's see, we got you back, so. TJ, why don't we have you sit on this one?
Okay.
Steve?
Sure.
Jesse's, this is all a hardscape, I'd like it at Jesse's set,
That's
I
fine.
can give it to Jesse.
because he's
Fine.
gonna know what,
He's good at it.
Okay.
what's going on here. Since it took me a while to color code this thing for you.
Okay,
what do I
so
have? I've
walk
got
us through.
Steve.
I think we have Stephen and Jesse.
Okay.
Grace,
This is a house that you guys approved for Steve Cheney, that's over there on Clara Drive,
Oh, yeah, sure.
you know, backs up to
Yep.
Somerset.
Yep,
The houses at this end all have double frontage, as you get moved farther up, they don't.
I know just where this is, yeah.
Now we're into the hardscape. The easiest things to see are the driveway. He's got the standard Belgian block
Mm-hmm,
and the shell.
mm-hmm,
Then you've got the, that's the
Oh,
red.
I'm sorry.
right.
I didn't even see it.
Wait for Steve to get his action. I figured the only way to look at this is to color code it.
It's awfully colorful.
Yeah, it's good. It's
So the
good.
pink are the walkways.
Bluestone.
Yeah, bluestone walkways. The
Mhm.
purple are the bluestone
I-
patios.
I'm gonna interrupt you just for a
Yep.
second. You know, it's interesting because it's so colorful that you kind of lose sight of the fact that right in the middle of all this is a house.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all understand that big sort of
And it's not just
Yeah,
roaming.
not a yard.
It's not just
that's a
roaming
house.
hardscape.
So most of what Linda's about to talk about is in the backyard. Okay, so pink is the bluestone steps,
Yep.
yes.
The purple are the flagstone.
Purple,
There you go.
flat, bluestone, yes.
Bluestone, bluestone. And then there's a fire pit, which is 18 inches high.
Okay,
in the
bluestone.
patio.
Yep, got it.
Then you have a very small pool. I expect you're just gonna go and sit in it. It's a plunge pool.
That's the sort of
The blue.
aquamarine,
Yeah.
yep.
And, let's see, the green.
Can I ask you can I
Yep.
ask you a question?
Yep.
It appears that the pool is like literally abuts the house.
It does.
Is that legal?
I can tell you because I designed the house, it's gonna be this really complicated, like hybrid foundation
Yes.
wall system, it's legal, and it won't.
Well, I'd always heard that like if you can't like get out of a pool on one side, it's illegal. You know, like if a kid's swimming and they're
Yeah.
trying to get out and there's a wall there.
It's not very deep of a pool, it's literally like a plunge thing.
Okay,
Literally,
I
you
mean,
just
I'm
sit
just,
in it.
it's,
Yeah.
it's actually not our purview.
Yeah.
But I just
I
couldn't
did
help
ask
but
him,
ask.
I did ask him about
Okay.
that, and they did check the code on this particular type of pool, since they don't have a lot of room to put a big pool in it.
Yep,
The
All right.
green is wire and hedge,
okay,
which was approved on the one to the right, which he also owned, because this lot was subdivided off the right one.
Yep.
Remember the house moved over to the corner? Let's see. The yellow are 4-foot high natural weather board fence. So if you look next to the parking lot, it protects the pea-stone area where the utility area. And there's one on the back side, so you can't see it because the house is on one side and the hedge is on the other. And then there's one over on the left side, down towards the bottom on the left, that is another gate. And then there's one at the Somerset Road end, so they can get to the sidewalk. The orange is a retaining wall. I believe I put pictures in the file, John.
So there's
Yeah.
Orange is the retaining
Yeah, there's a substantial change in grade.
wall. Up to Somerset Road.
Up to the Somerset Road, so the retaining wall is actually below the
Right.
grade of the Somerset. You have year-round vegetation on between it and the sidewalk. Then you have the retaining wall below grade, and on the end, and there's also a wire fence and hedge there. So there's three things there
Okay.
as it drops down into the back of the yard. And the AC units are called out in yellow behind the house there. They're encased in a 48-inch high natural weather fence.
Mhm.
And the pool equipment is also inside that same enclosure.
Okay. I have one question right off the bat.
Yeah.
So it would be the fencing, the green fencing that is running along, I believe it would be the east side of the property, that's between Cheney's current house and this new house,
Yep.
right?
There's hedging on both sides of it.
Well, but it only appears on one side.
No,
That's
there's
the
hedging right here. There is a wire fence in between the two already. The problem is if he's using that as part of his pool fence, he has to get it on his property. So it's already got vegetation
I
around
guess I
it.
don't see that on this drawing.
See
So
this?
here's the property line, right?
Where is it?
Here's the
I
property.
drew it. It wasn't drawn. You see the little.
Oh,
whoop-de-doo?
this,
Yeah.
that means that this is vegetation
Yeah.
here? Oh, okay.
He's got
I thought
vegetation
that
running
was the
down both
boat.
sides of it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I just didn't take the time to do tiny little circles.
No, I got it, okay.
What's your setback here? I'm just curious, it has nothing to do with us, but on that plunge pool, it's like 3 feet from the property line.
It's 5.
Oh, you know what, there is see the little dash line, that's your setback line.
Oh, I see.
Now-
Coping can be
Goes-
in the setback.
No, it
The
can't.
pool can't be in the
No,
setback.
coping can't.
I mean, not the coping, but, you know, the patio areas can be in the setback. The pool,
Patio,
it cannot.
patio area can be.
So if he has to make it a foot
He
smaller, he
needs to make
does.
it a foot
Yeah,
smaller.
that's all why I'd asked, is
Because
that,
the coping has to be inside.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
so he'll deal with it. It'll be no bigger, obviously. It'll be
It'll be
smaller.
smaller.
yeah,
Okay,
just so it's, everybody's covered, that's all.
yep.
Because what he's got here is raised coping.
Raised coping?
Yeah, so it's,
It's a sideline business for
Sideline.
me.
so he'll have to deal with it.
You know, you don't need an architect, now you got.
He'll have to cope with
So
it.
he's gotta do coping.
Yeah, he'll cope with it. So any
All
other
right,
questions?
people.
I'll begin.
Yes.
I got one big question, and that is the green is the pool for the fence for the pool.
Yes.
Yes.
And why does it have to go 3/4 of the way around? I'd like it to come up past the pool, past the parge wall that won't be seen, and where you have written in yellow 48-foot height cedar board fence, and have it come across there, not go across the front of the driveway.
It doesn't.
Well, it's green.
It's green up to the gate. There's a wood gate there. And
No,
it's
Why?
matched,
what
and it's
Diane
already
is
down
saying.
that other side on the other property, past that, around the corner. We brought it back to the back.
Hang on.
where
But
it's
I would
attached
like
the
to
house.
have it stop here, back where the AC units and the pool equipment is. There's no, why are you running it all the way?
She wants to know why it's running past
It's
it.
to hide the pea stone utility area. He's got
No,
hedging
but-
on both sides of it.
No, but she's saying.
I know, stop it before you get to pea stone.
Correct.
Yeah, why?
We ran
not?
it down that side to hide the pea stone, so you couldn't see it
Hide
from anywhere.
what? What's the matter
Anywhere.
with the bee stone?
It's not normal.
You talking about picket or the wire mesh?
This is wire mesh we're talking.
Yeah, and there's a wire mesh right next to it that's gotta be moved onto this property, so there's already there, approved by you guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to
But
make
it
sure I
has to come
understood
back
this
onto
one.
this property because he has to be in control of his own pool fence. So
That
it's
is
already
correct.
there, it's just that we're moving it onto this property.
I think,
There's no
Diane's
pool
point
in the
is
other
you got a 48-inch gate by the driveway, they could
Yeah.
stay, and that wire vegetation fence doesn't have to be there, because you'll have another 48-inch high cedar fence
Right,
on the
right
backside.
there.
What I'm saying, it's already there. It's on the wrong
But
property.
it doesn't make it right to have it there.
But you
when got-
guys approved it already on the next door property and sort of like in the wrong place. That's the problem.
Then perhaps we shouldn't have approved it.
Well, I
don't
can't
think
go
that's
there.
where we approved it.
I don't think so either. It's too much so-called pool fencing.
This fence is gonna be the least visible of everything. If you want him to take it out, he'll take it out, or he can run the wood fence down there.
This is the board.
He just wanted to enclose that pea
That's all.
stone so it didn't
But
move.
it's in the vegetation.
Yeah.
So what Diane is
If he-
objecting to is that.
Why would he put in a driveway material if it moved?
All right,
No,
so,
it's not the driveway. This is a utility area where they're gonna put stuff. I don't know what stuff, but stuff.
Okay, so the wire fence is going to be buried in the hedge.
Yep.
So that's not a concern for me personally. The pool is going to be not visible based on plant material. And on the Somerset side and from Clara Drive, I have no objections to the fence materials or the hardscape materials.
Thank you. Jesse.
back to that hedge side, is that fence on his other property?
He's gotta be in control of his own wire, so it has to move onto his property and he has to go both sides of it.
So he's gonna have two fences there then? So he's gonna move it over to
No.
the existing
He
property?
doesn't need it, he does not need the fencing for the other piece of
Okay,
property.
There's no pool over there, so it's
Right.
coming this way.
So he's gonna move it, okay. And then on the Somerset Road side, where you have that vegetation above the wall, what is that? Is that natural?
It's evergreen.
Because, you're gonna be looking down from Somerset there.
The walkway is quite a way away from his actual property line.
Oh, well.
So they're gonna have to get through that evergreen first.
I guess what the point is, that's, if those evergreens are small or not very mature, you're gonna be able to see right into the
You
backyard.
betcha. So you can put a limit of 6 to 7 feet, which is what we've done in the past.
Well, the other thing we always do on a pool fence is
Gotta be
not
in.
visible.
And not to mention, that vegetation fence is gonna be viewable if those plants are immature, right on
They're
Somerset.
not gonna be immature.
The what fence?
The vegetation fence that's on top of
Yeah.
the wall, as well as.
You've gotta get a full set in there.
Insofar as the wire mesh fence, I have no concerns about it because I anticipate that it's gonna be not viewable at the time of inspection and thereafter.
He knows that it has to be all planted and
So
mature.
that we don't,
Yeah.
I'm not, your other comments I'm not speaking to, but just the wire mesh fence is that's how I would suggest we handle that.
So, yeah, and then, so moving on to making sure that those plants are mature
Mhm.
and that they're year-round screening.
Well, John can't sign off on it unless he can't see it. I have to add stuff out at another one today, and they're planning that today.
Oh, then we have to add that to the,
Opus.
okay,
Well, we always do.
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so somebody make a motion.
Okay.
They're good points,
Yeah.
And other than that, I think it's fine.
Okay.
Typical.
I think we're ready for a motion on this one. I'm gonna pick somebody.
Motion approved is submitted, subject to wire fence not being visible at the time of inspection or thereafter.
And mature.
Mature plantings along Somerset, no
But you can't see
evergreens.
you can't see the pool, period.
Evergreens no less than
Right on.
5 feet for screening.
You make something else.
Oh,
Sure.
okay. Thank you for the motion. Stephen, all those in favor of Stephen's motion? Aye.
It's a piece of wood that was in the cantaloupe.
No, that was a
Am
unanimous,
I
I
the only
take it,
one
guys?
who's in favor of your motion?
Is this unanimous?
I am in favor.
Aye.
Okay, let's
Okay.
go. All right,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay. All right, Brooke. Where's that Brooke?
Brooke has been sleeping.
We got half an hour left.
This should go real quick.
All right, I hope so.
Fruity dinner. Thanks again, Diane.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Diane.
Oh, it was a cantaloupe seed.
Sorry, man.
Good.
Got a bug.
You're good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm not
Who's on
They
this
don't go
one?
far.
You or me and Steve?
I didn't vote for that.
Me and you.
Oh, don't go there.
Yeah, that's right.
Karen.
Okay, so did you abstain from that?
Yes,
Abstain?
I abstained
From what?
from voting on the pool fence.
Oh, you wanted to move it?
I didn't want to,
We're gonna
the
move
whole
this thing?
area fenced off.
It's a big
To
house.
give our,
Cut it into pieces.
Yeah, so where is Morgan Square?
All right, if, do you know where Field Avenue is?
No.
Okay, do you know where South Shore Road is?
Yes.
All right, about halfway down, you take a left onto
Oh, I
Blueberry
didn't
Lane,
find
it.
right down
Yeah.
to Compass Rose.
You abstained?
The far,
Okay,
two
so it's
parallel
down,
dirt roads,
all right,
it's
it's
way,
down.
way
I would
down
write.
there.
I got it on the same thing.
Oh, I know where it is, way down there, yeah.
Yeah, so
I'm
this is a nice building. We actually might even have a taker,
Are you gonna be able to get it down that road?
in pieces.
In pieces, it'll have to
Yep.
be in pieces.
Yep. I don't
Okay.
know if that's a definite, but
I have a really quick question.
Yeah,
Who's sitting on this?
this is,
TJ.
Jesse TJ.
Didn't just okay this roof off for you, and now you're gonna move the whole.
No.
Fields.
that was the old. This is an existing do you have the photos for this?
Oh,
Yeah, right
actually,
here.
yeah, somebody spliced a roof.
I did that because that's what's there. And
Is this the
Oh.
Hague House?
Yeah. What?
Is this the Hague House?
No.
No. Never mind.
Peter Haig.
No, it's
No.
not the Hague
It's not
Hotel.
Peter Haig.
Okay, listen,
It's
this,
the Hague House.
And
this was
You
built
want
daughter
to
on
go
a.
hide.
Yeah, what's the date?
No, well, look at you.
It's
When was
new.
that approved?
Oh, 1899.
1999. Okay, does anybody have any issues with, the demo move off of this building?
In pieces.
It's gonna be
If,
hard to
if,
do.
if it can get done, it will get done.
Come on, we gotta
Pieces.
move it along,
One
this is
dormer
not a
at a time.
historic
Okay,
house.
motion to approve.
I'm not here Thursday.
All right, all
Aye.
those in favor of, Abby's motion? I knew you would. Aye.
Hi, have you got somebody
We're up
to,
here.
Well, we
He's
may
trying to-
have, we actually may have a person.
Good.
that
I
can
think the
present
issue
this.
is the width of the road.
Yeah.
Okay, 139 Pulpus Road. And this one is TJ and Stephen, for the record.
And I'm going to hand these around. These are homes that are visible nearby from Pulpus Road.
I love it when you do this. This always means like brace yourself.
No,
It's huge.
I am offering this because what I'm proposing is a much more modest home.
Oh, okay.
But I want you to see what is around. 137 is the immediate neighbor. 140 is across the street, diagonally. And obviously the lot is, it's a decent sized lot and it's at the back of the lot. 139 Pulpus.
Nobody ever shows my house as examples of bad, big.
It's
ugly
not
house.
bad, it's just, I'm showing it because of the height and the massing. One of those homes is one of the homes I designed when I was really young.
Sure, blame you, Brooke.
I still like it, I think it's a cool looking building.
Okay.
What's the point of this?
This is neighbors. This is neighbors to show how much more modest this is.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the one you're proposing, or this is the neighbors?
Now, this is what I'm proposing, and when you see the photos, you'll see what the,
But it's funny, because this looks very tall to the ones that you showed.
I would say
No?
that several of those buildings are easily this tall.
Diane?
Okay.
Brooke, what's your portrait fit?
Which porch?
The hip?
That's a four.
Oh, okay, I can see it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a simple building.
What are our
Again,
colors?
look at those photos.
What are our colors here?
White
anthem.
and white. And I saw you make a face. And the door is, I think, Folger blue or
Yeah, the
Hamilton
front
blue.
door's Folger blue.
Or Hamilton blue. It's the same color.
So this is one of that pod that shares a driveway.
Yes.
So.
And it's kind of backing around the corner
Okay, so
too.
it is, I would say, pretty limited visibility.
You said you can see
so
135
Parkdale,
from the street. I don't think you can see it.
Shawky
This one.
Road.
Yes, you can actually, if you look
That is
back on
conservation.
focus, you can see the other side of the building. There was no photo that I could take. This is from the
Do you know
driveway.
whose house this was? The guy who was shipping, remember he
Like
used to
miles.
ship Nantucket, shipping
Yeah,
something
this
like
is,
that. Cause I used
not far from
to deliver
Buckeye
mail to
Flight.
him.
I designed the addition here over for the next.
Yeah, I don't think it was that
No, it was-
big, a little,
it was
Right.
yeah,
over.
it was just a little house then.
But really, this is the immediate neighbor. This is the guy that's right here.
Right.
What
What are they saying, the house is too tall?
No, I just wanted to show context.
He's over here
Yeah.
selling it.
Simple it is, relative.
Very simple.
Where's that?
I like his roof color.
Can I go ahead and make a comment?
Yeah, go
Sure.
ahead.
All right, I think this is a really attractive house. And I only have one little thing on it, you know, so with your porch roof, you've established like this symmetry with the hips. And that point of symmetry doesn't correspond with the point of symmetry of the gable that it's mounted to.
Mm-hmm.
And this feels a little,
Yeah.
feels a little off to me for some reason. I was wondering if we could take this right side hip and just die it flush with that wall, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
'Cause I think I
was
see
trying
why
to-
you did it.
Yeah, I was trying to get these posts to be somewhat even around the
Got
door.
you,
There's
got
a
you.
stair right here, and so that was kind of the driving force. If I ran it long, I mean, I would almost prefer to just cut it there.
Well, I think that could work too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would be fine with that as opposed to having the hip here because it
Yeah.
kind of like detracts from the symmetry of
Yeah,
the.
it's a tall elevation, so that was one of the reasons.
Yeah, I like what you just said though.
Oh, one or the other.
Okay,
Whatever they,
Thank you, Pete. Was that it?
that's it. That's really it. The
Okay.
rest no concerns.
What do you think, Abby?
Well, I don't have, I don't have a problem with the south elevation, which is pretty important because I guess it's the front. None of the windows.
faces a driveway.
No.
It's a private
This,
easement.
what faces Pulpus Road, south is the private drive that you'll never drive on. What faces Pulpus Road is that?
Okay, I don't mind. Anyway, going back to the south elevation, none of these windows line up, and it's making me feel a little cockeyed or off balance. I don't mind the other elevation as much. It's just this particular one, like, maybe you're just putting another window there.
Yeah, wasn't that sort of what you were getting at?
Yeah, what we talked about. Brooke mentioned maybe just dyeing it right there, getting rid of that. And it still wouldn't. It would
So it
ju-
doesn't solve your issues.
I don't know, I would pull this whole thing across, and maybe line up a window with that.
Well,
Something's
there's a
got
stair
to-
under there, but I could
It's hard
put a
to tell
fake,
what you're talking about
I
without
could put a fake window in there.
knowing where you are.
So
South elevation.
look at the
first
south
floor,
elevation.
hip roof.
And so what Abby is talking about is the fact that like all those windows on the first floor don't really line up with anything on the second floor.
Right?
So she's just looking for some more organization. Well, it could, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
couldn't this roof run around like that?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
But
But it wouldn't have any, it wouldn't be logical.
Could it bring
wouldn't
it
be able
down?
to-
aesthetics aside for a moment, is this visible from a public way?
It's a private driveway easement.
So,
So I would
You
prefer to just.
I
move it.
didn't think, I'm just trying to,
No, I mean.
I'd like a window there.
Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
I would too.
Well, we
Would you
can,
bring this down as a thought box?
no, we're not changing anything.
You're putting in another window then.
No, we'll put it in another
Would do
window.
that?
Absolutely.
Trade ya.
Where are you now, Diane?
On the same old
On the south.
south
elevation.
Oh, the
elevation,
south elevation.
that single number 1 window,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to see a number 3 window below it.
I see. Okay. Did you say yes to that?
was that a stair?
There is a stair there.
To the stair?
But I don't mind the window on the stair going up. What makes it bad?
No, it's just that it wouldn't be.
So that would be in the stair, that would be in the pantry.
Okay, that would be
Be a
it.
painted window or however you call it.
All right, so
But again, private easement.
my comments are that, I agree with everything everyone said about the aesthetics, however, it's not visible from a south elevation, so I have no concerns about that, okay? And the rest of it, I have some minor concerns, but I think it's appropriate.
Okay. So TJ, you've spoken.
Yeah.
Abby, have you said your piece? Diane, have you said all you wanna say in terms of like adding that window?
If we can't see it,
I don't think you can see this.
then if we can't see it, we don't have to add
You
it.
know, Pulpus Road here and the Pulpus Road bike path, that's our visibility.
Yeah, I know,
That's it.
I've driven it as a letter carrier, and that particular house used to belong to Nantucket shipping man guy. Memory's gone out of his name, remember that? And his wife did something else, but the house was not as big, because Brooke added a whole
I know
wing.
you're not gonna be able to sleep at night if they don't, I know.
Okay, but
so-
if I put a fake window in the
Don't
stairwell,
cave so easily, Brooke.
well, I wanna make Abby happy.
No, I mean, even if you can't see it, don't you want the windows to line up and?
They're on a different plane.
All right. Let's move it along.
Yeah, just make.
I'm ready. Let's go.
Make a motion to approve as submitted.
Second,
All those
Aye.
in
Those in
favor?
favor?
Aye.
Aye. So you're gonna abstain? So it sounds like we have 4 in favor, 1 abstention.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks, good night. Julie, 11 Mill.
Ready.
Great.
Bye, Abby.
Bye.
Oh, guys.
What?
Well, let's see, so Julie
I'm supposed to
has,
text Ben Shampoo whether he should come.
Julie has 4 applications, and I mean, even if we race through them really quickly. I'm
Which
co-
they all are pretty quick. I looked at all the
Okay,
advisory
well, we'll keep going,
recommendations.
so, you know, best case is that we
Make your
get to
decision
1 or
after.
2 of yours, Sophie.
She's talking about the
But
fire
past,
pit.
past Sophie, not a chance, not a chance.
Wednesday.
You're the only one that even stands a chance. So I'm sorry, and we have a Thursday meeting, okay? So Thursday at 1 o'clock for anything that doesn't get heard tonight. All right, so.
Oh.
Okay, you guys remind me,
me and Jess,
correct, all right.
With his,
for the 11 mil.
But this is new business, right? So I get to present it.
Oh, yeah, of course,
sure
no,
can.
but we have 6 people and 5 voting
Oh,
members,
got it.
so they're doing a rotation with the, association.
Where's the neighbors against?
Okay, so,
This is 11 Mill Street.
all right,
that's not a swimming pool, please.
so HSAB says locust map is incorrect. No concerns if like kind. And
Yeah,
only
got it.
you know what that means.
I know
right?
exactly what that means, and I did read that.
Okay.
Julie Jordan for the applicant. I have, the client that is currently building has owned this property for a long time. I've worked for them for over a decade and a half. So they are making the house more of a legacy house because it was caving in on itself and molding. So now I'm here to present the landscape, which is pretty much what was always there. But it does appear on the locust map that this is a separate lot. See this line here? So I did submit 2 because Linda, you're a stickler about that. So I submitted 2 applications. That's why I'm on twice. Because it shows as 2 lots on the locust. The cottage is 1. Yeah.
This isn't New Dollar.
It is.
Oh, so I have to recuse from this.
No, it's not the one you're working on. It's a neighbor.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's 44
It
Cliff,
looked
you have to
very
recuse.
familiar.
It says it's one off New Dollar, right?
Yeah.
It is 1 off new $1, yep. So,
Julie's not working.
things that maybe were unclear, because I read the advisory boards about the bluestone versus brick and things like that. Things that were existing before the construction were a 5-in-1 fence with the top being lattice. We're proposing changing it to spindle. It is almost in exactly the same location as it used to
be. It just has to be less of it on this new Dollar Lane side. It's not going to be quite as long. And the patio that is proposed was always there as bluestone, and so were the wrapping fieldstone walls. So pretty much that was as it existed before. The things that have changed are bed shapes, that I have to add some granite steps to the front of the house. So they raised the house 1 foot.
Yeah.
So that it wasn't being wet anymore. But the front is going to be, I'm going to go get found antique granite pieces for the front stoop. There won't be any wood on that. And I think also, as that being said, that the pieces of bluestone being flush with the grade, the bluestone is just a much lighter color for a patio that's tucked into all that architecture, and the client would prefer it to stay bluestone. We're going to keep all the antique apple trees and all of those things that exist on the property and add a few more. I have moved this tiny garden folly just slightly to align better with the architecture of the house, and then improved the structure of it a little bit. As you can see from my photos, it's pretty ratchety, and I made the ceiling a little taller and just had it be.
Is that falling apart?
It's totally falling apart. So it's basically as it was, but just with some improved construction. Same stone floor as we're going to reuse actually all the stone for the floor.
Why is this one circled?
Because it's 2 pieces of property.
Same height?
This right
Same height.
here is that. What those should be.
What is the big tree over by the guest house?
The maple? Oh, you mean the one on the other property?
Oh, that's a Sephora tree. That is a spectacular tree. If you ever get a chance, you should go see it.
I do.
There's very few of them on Nantucket.
I'm a tree person, so.
You should go see this tree. I give you full permission. I work there. Just walk right in and look at it. It's gorgeous. It's got a little swing on it and everything.
Bring a thermos with some rusty nails in it.
Right.
He loves those.
Yeah.
No, it's a drink.
Yeah.
Can I see the pictures?
I'm like, don't kill the Sephora tree.
There you go.
In my business, nails are only used for one thing, and it's that.
No, it's her favorite drink.
All right. So I'm really, the only things that are changing about this is the top of the fence is going to be spindle instead of its existing lattice.
Right.
And that the stoops are going to be antique granite instead of being at grade as they were, which they have to be because of the brick.
Right.
The patio is going to be relaid in the same bluestone pattern, and the fieldstone is going to be the same fieldstone that was there encompassing that patio. And we're going to rebuild the little pergola.
Did you lose all this stuff because you had to raise the house a foot, or?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's all dug up.
It's all dug up. I
You
lost
haven't been
one
down that road.
1700 apple tree. I basically tied myself to it until Toscana made me move.
They took it down?
They had to, but we have 6 more, so it's okay. But I really tried hard.
Well, everything's the same with the plan.
Okay.
Mr.
Just the
Chairman,
one that Rob
this
said.
application should be just really for
For-
the pergola, I believe.
Okay. So
The,
the,
the folly, I believe.
Can I make a motion that we open both for discussion?
Sure.
Or not a motion, but just, we've got them in front of us, we discuss them both at once.
That's
What was
fine.
this one for?
This was theoretically just for this
it's
folly.
the exact same set of drawings, Abby, because they're two.
Pass this, like, just
Yeah.
as is?
No,
You
no.
just have to pass it twice.
It's 2 applications. So John's point is that what we're reviewing right now
Is the pergola.
is, well, yeah, also known as the folly, which is this little sort of latticey thing in the back.
Right.
Okay,
This is where they say, and the fence is to be replaced as it exists on the street.
okay, so this says, prefer brick patio visible.
That's for the next application, so don't get yourself, just, if you like the pergola, you should make a motion on the pergola and then move on to the,
What was this about?
that's about the pergola and about the fencing on the
Oh, I
street.
see, no
Mhm.
concerns if like kind, that's all they said.
Yeah.
All right,
Can I make a motion to
Yes.
approve the pergola?
Yes.
yeah, I
Right,
mean,
but the fence, can we just have a brief discussion on that?
but so.
The fence, the 5-in-1 is on the other property.
Oh, it's not on
So this
this
is just
one.
the type
So
2
all we're
replaces
doing is
existing.
like
Gotcha.
kind with the pergola, okay, so,
Sorry about
Jesse has made a motion to approve the pergola application.
Aye.
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 And basically, we could just keep this out.
Because it's the
That's
exact
all
same
right.
set
So
of
now
drawings,
we've
exactly.
just
the same.
had the discussion about the entire landscape package. And Julia has highlighted what is
John, the paperwork's the
changing,
same.
what is not changing.
Yeah, I believe the plans are exactly the same.
They're exactly the same. You do not need to
Very
repass
good,
them out.
same. Thank you. By the way, same board, the same piece of property.
So I guess the only question I have is with respect to the fence. What's currently there is a solid 6-foot-high board fence,
What's currently there is a 5-in-1 with lattice top.
and you're proposing a 5-in-1 with
Spindle
spindle
top.
top.
Right.
And I believe that the spindle top is appropriate to that style of architecture.
Isn't that at the
Same as
neighboring
neighbor.
property?
Yeah, same as
Yeah,
the
it's
neighbor.
just a-
Because the
it's a thing over
they're
there.
just matching with their neighbor.
What color?
Natural
White or
wood.
natural?
Natural wood.
Natural's cool. Okay. Thank you. I just
Any
wanted-
further discussion on the landscape elements?
Granite steps are going to be antique.
Yes.
Yeah.
Found, not cut in any way.
Awesome. And everything else is pretty much matching what was there.
Except the fence that Stephen brought up.
I have no concerns.
Okay. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Very good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 10 New Street. This one,
Wisconsin Casino.
yeah.
That was
Yeah, it looks just like a pair of rats. No, squirrel. Watch them gators. Okay, so this one is Jesse and TJ, correct?
Yes.
Fire pit. Okay, it says no concerns. Wisconsin advisory.
Because everybody belongs to the Wisconsin Casino.
Yeah,
It's on
it
the
does.
Wisconsin
They want
advisory.
it- they want
the fire pit.
It's rigged.
They should all recuse.
They should have.
Historic information, too vast to list. I like that one.
Oh, there's an extra one there. TJ and
It's an 18-inch high.
to Stephen.
I
Yeah,
think it's
fire
six
pit.
6 foot wide fire pit in New England fieldstone with a gas insert to extend their cocktail hours on the shoulders.
But
I'm just trying
does
to
anybody
figure
know
out
where
where
this
we-
actually goes?
Yeah, that's
Here are
what
the
I'm
tennis
trying
Yeah.
courts.
Here, I'll show you. I took pictures. Where are my pictures?
Right here, so.
Yeah.
I don't know where
I
this
took some
is.
in the winter and I took some in the summer. In the summer, you really can't see it. It's way back here.
Oh, it's
So
on
like
that
my
side.
picture is taken from way out here, and
Oh, okay.
my picture is taken from way there, and it's way in here.
This is Port One here.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and so we had the application, who brought in the application where these were all gonna become?
Matt.
Matt McEachern.
Yeah.
These were all gonna become French doors with, transoms over. Okay, I know where it is. That's along that edge.
Yeah. So when
This
you
is
look
over
into
here.
the side before you go into the front doors of the Wisconsin Casino, those all my pictures are taken of
Yeah,
it
way-
in there,
way-
way deep in
Is
there.
this
Yeah.
big enough for their cocktail parties though? Concern.
Yeah.
You worried there's not enough hardscape?
It's all-
You never know when you're gonna go to a wedding at the Wisconsin Casino. Anyway, I to be very old-fashioned looking, so.
I think it fits the bill.
All right. Jesse?
Yeah, I don't have a concern, still trying to orient myself, but it's this, so if I'm looking at this picture here, I'm looking down,
Straight in at
straight
it.
in, and it's on the left.
If
Yeah.
you're at the front of the casino,
It's
on
like
the-
100 feet
It's on
in.
the right-hand side, looking down on,
Maybe
in the
more.
back.
Yeah, okay.
But the front of the casino is clear.
Yeah.
Ms. Coombs, do you have any concerns about this fire pit in
No.
the back of the?
I don't know why they need it, but
Yeah.
I'm looking for the invitation for when it's
Extend the
done.
season.
They have their first cocktail party. Where's the thing? I don't see it.
Ask
Six-
Wisconsin
6 feet.
Advisory Board, because
That's-
they had no issues.
Hey, we got one more of Julie's
Alright.
thing.
All right, and then I have one more.
Hold on, did we make a motion? Someone make a motion?
All right, so
Motion to approve.
Bye-bye.
All those in favor
Bye.
of Jesse's motion to
Aye.
approve? Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, did you say I need to recuse from this one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I gotta recuse from this one.
This is the fence arbor.
Yeah, 44 Cliff.
Okay. So, got the, all
I'm
the
gonna-
drawings, yes.
You know that clock's an hour ahead.
Very funny.
I'll redo
Are we
it.
falling back now?
Has no
Oh, I just-
concerns.
What does the time change go?
Halloween, right?
Really?
They're around, so, end of October.
Change your.
No
Don't
concerns,
push it,
Julie,
man.
so what
It's
would
less
you?
daylight.
I'm just gonna say that this is a pretty simple cliff-inspired landscape. It's on the right side for hydrangeas. It's got an arbor and some white fencing. The arbor is in the style of federal, just like the house. It's got a little detail to it. But I think all in all, it'll make it nice. It is white to match the trim. But all in all, I think it'll be a nice streetscape for this spot.
Okay,
Is it-
so,
Can I orient myself just
Yep.
a second?
Mhm.
please do.
Foods, enough food for here. Now, what's it called? Something.
Something natural is toward,
Back here?
yeah, so it abuts something. So like something natural
Oh,
right
here.
there, yeah. So this is,
Okay, so it's-
you're coming up Cliff Road, it's on the left before something.
Super, thank you.
Mhm.
It's right next to that house that used to, it's right on the fence, right on Cliff Road.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it had a blue front door.
Yeah, right on,
No,
yeah.
That was 48.
I see.
And they
You
have
wanna
a
be on it?
pool.
Hmm?
Ooh, they have a
You're
pool.
better
there.
at these plans than I am.
You're all
I
on.
know,
We're all-
really.
They're great.
Talk about property value.
They can jump out of their window to the,
It's a cool house. I
On
do.
the
I
Cliff
submitted. John, do you have my pictures I submitted on Monday? Thank you.
so who's ready to begin? What about you, Jeff?
Yeah, let me take a look at the pictures first. I can pass around an extra copy. Anybody? Copy?
So while we're looking at that, Julie, the arbor gates are at the rear posts.
Yes.
Okay. But they would swing towards the house then, right? So they don't, I guess they could be flush shaded.
I think I wanted them to swing out at the street, but that's why I set them in.
And the arbor is
And they
natural?
just flush shaded.
The arbor's white to match
Okay.
the trim.
This is natural.
I just like it set in because it creates a sense of entry versus just being a wall.
Agreed.
With, It's at the top, the ribbons.
Here, and so this is all in the back. So this is all kind of non-visible.
Oh.
This is Cliff Road right here. And so the driveway is right here, and then there's some cobble strips that go down to this garage. And there was a big van there, so I couldn't really get the garage, but the garage is down a hill and that way, and it's right along here. Everything with a
Where's the
post
board
and a
fence
drive.
go?
I think it
Oh,
used
right
to be
here.
that in this
I
house,
think
the
that's
driveway
the
was over
ticket.
here, but it was next to this driveway. So we
Board
moved it to
fence
this
must
side.
be, no. It's buried in the hedge.
So we're gonna see an arbor, a brick walk, a brick drive, and some cobblestone ribbon driveway in the background.
Is it
Mhm.
light
Okay.
up or anything?
May I speak on it?
Where,
Yes, you may.
I have no
where
concerns.
does the board fence go as opposed to the type two?
The board is on the back abutting town land,
Oh, got it.
and it's
Okay.
replaced existing. I think it's owned by the town, good side faces us, so we're gonna replace the facing.
Okey doke. Like that.
Julie, do you have any comparisons in the hood, like white arbors?
You know what, Dennis Galvin just sent me a bunch of them. 4 houses down, he did the same fence or something. But yeah, across
But-
the street is very similar fencing.
Okay.
Anywhere with that federal style, you see those inset arbor panels.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, if you don't do that, it looks a little petite next to that federal style architectural.
And then
What?
the fence that goes into it is natural weather?
No, it's all white.
Okay.
Cause Havel has
Oh, here it is.
43 Cliff Road and 47, they're all white with
Mhm.
white fences and
Yep.
everything else.
Okay. I have no concern.
I think it'll help the house.
I think
it'll help the house, yeah.
So can I have a motion?
Motion to approve
As
as submitted.
As submitted. Thank you. All in favor say
Aye.
aye. Aye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Night, Julie.
Good night. I'm gonna tell Ben Shampoo not to come, right? To come.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, tell them not to come.
Yeah, which one was he?
8 coming up.
No, but tell him there's a, if you would, tell him there's a, all this is getting transferred to Thursday at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we're only gonna get through part of this tonight, okay? Let's see.
I'm gonna take my pen back out. I thought you guys had snuck out already.
No, that's,
What?
that's the last application.
You got your back?
Names for the
Smith.
record, please.
Sophie Metz.
Matt Tomiolo?
Matt Dixie,
Yes.
spell your last name, please.
T-O-M.
Just you and Steven? or-
A-I-O-L-O.
Welcome. This late hour.
Who's
Yeah.
sitting on this?
Yeah, who's our board this time?
I was on the last one.
And then you stepped, I think it's
It's
just.
kind of a mix-up because
Okay.
I
I know.
had recused.
Well, we all were on that
We
last
were
one.
all on the last one.
Because he stepped out.
Yeah,
So you two were on, and then he stepped
you know what
out,
this
and all three were on. So it would be
Can you
you,
orient?
me, and I think me and you.
It's like
Me and-
trap.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. I'll take off if not.
Me and Jess will do
All
it.
right.
okay.
So this is before us, is the remove demo?
Yeah,
No, okay.
So to orient you guys,
Thank
the
you.
address of what you would think this would be is 154 Cliff. It's not visible from Cliff, however, because it's tucked behind three big ones right on Cliff. Shared driveway. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Barrett's house, but there's a main house, there's a sort of dilapidated tennis court, and then this is the garage that goes with that property. And so we're asking, so it's been subdivided into 2 lots, and so it's lot 2 that we're talking about, that we're proposing new designs for. And it will be accessed actually from Hickory Meadow. It won't be using that Cliff Road address. So we're asking to demolish this. This garage was
No,
built
I'm
in
still
19.
I'm still
This is it?
confused.
Yeah.
Where's the animal hospital?
The animal house is on the
No.
other side. So
Yeah, it's further, yeah, exactly.
This is?
Or it
Yes.
says 2.
This is
Exactly.
Westchester.
This is
Right.
No.
yeah. So here's Hickory Meadow. That is the
Hickory Meadow's
MSPCA.
Crooked.
But I think.
But
I
it's
think-
not on Westchester.
And Billy
think Westchester
Cassidy's is
actually
right there
does
too.
this.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
And then it's actually still considered Westchester.
Oh, it
Oh,
is.
I'm
But,
sorry.
yeah.
Yes, is this Billy's place right here?
Yeah.
The huge one. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. Got it.
So this is sort of
Um,
pinned in between Hickory Meadow and Cliff.
Nice spot.
Can I
Yeah.
make a suggestion?
Sure. Go.
Motion to approve?
As submitted.
Nice suggestion. Okay. Wow. So, are we ready to tackle another one, or what do you guys say?
That's cute.
Yeah, let's, you
Yeah,
got somebody
another
here?
Let's take a look at it.
All right. So what I've missed while I was trying to figure all that out is it access from Hickory Meadow or is it access from Cliff Road?
It's access, it was access from Cliff for both lots. We've now changed, so lot 2 is gonna come off of Hickory.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
Who wants to be off the cliff anyway?
Well, that driveway off the
Lawns are
cliff
too
was hard to spot. Because it looked just like a driveway. You didn't know it went all the way
Oh, this-
into
oh, it's not on that.
Neverland.
Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry.
It's okay. It never works, that's for sure.
Jesse, that was the, Julie Jordan thing. That one was
Abby.
$300.
Love that front door arrangement.
So that front door is going to be facing Hickory Meadow.
Yes.
which is a private paper road,
No, it's bona fide. It's a subdivision.
Is it?
No, it's
I
all
think
easements.
it's
easements.
Yeah,
It's just
I don't
an
think
it's
so.
a private.
Shared.
Yeah.
because when we looked at this at planning
Yeah.
board, it was, yeah.
It's like a shared driveway, basically. They all have to give easements to one another.
Right.
Like your clients, the third house, and they had to get easements from the first two guys.
Wow, okay.
So what you guys do, 25, 22 on the ground, which is, we were trying to be in scale with everyone else on Hickory Meadow. Those vary. But the goal is to just sort of be appropriate with the neighborhood, what's around them. Cottage corners, exposed rafter tails.
What was the elevation?
29.
Comments?
Yeah, if you're ready, sure.
Sure. I just suggest the northeast, so none of, the northeast is not gonna be visible, none of this is gonna be visible,
I
correct?
mean,
For the front, I mean, if you were driving down,
But it's,
yeah, well, theoretically, you're not supposed to be driving down there.
yeah.
but yes, that is true. You can't see
Well-
it from Crooked.
Okay, I'll make a couple of quick comments then. So I think I would suggest if this were visibility, the northeast front porch, I know you got a nice span there, but it looks like, it's not the front porch actually, it's the rear porch. 2 posts to support that roof system. You've got 2 on the ends, but none on either side of the doors. And it just looks like a big
Oh.
span. And again, I don't think we're gonna see it, so I'm just making a comment. And then the other is, and I think you may see this, but it loses its relevancy because I would suggest that a braced roof walk versus a skirted, I think would be more appropriate with this style in this area, to have that open. But the relevancy of that is context with the structure, the aesthetic design of the home. And if you're looking at it from Crooked Lane, you're not gonna see that, you're just gonna see the roof walk. So you're just gonna see a roof in a skirted roof walk, so, do you know what I mean? The context kind of goes out the window. And again, that's obviously my personal opinion on what's appropriate. So, I don't know that there would be a reason to change it. I just think it would be more consistent with the design to have that be open and have some bracing, some angle brace style.
Mm-hmm.
But that was it.
Okay. Diane, you ready?
Nice design.
Yep, I think the window on the front southeast elevation, did we decide we see that or we can't see that?
Wait, sorry, Diane, just repeat that.
Southeast elevation, first floor?
Yes, you will see that. I mean, well, you won't see the entire house from public ways, but if you were on the private drive, you will see that.
I'd like the 2 windows on the first floor separated.
Okay.
And, there's no chimney in this house, right?
There is on the back, which you would not see from the street or anywhere, coming out of the first floor living room mass.
Oh, I didn't see it. The little addition over there, I see it now. That's about it. I don't know whether the proportion of that roof walk is large. And it should be reduced a little bit. I just wonder if this house is sort of regarded as typically having a roof walk. But it is a 2-story, so perhaps. I think it's a little large. I think that Stephen is right. If you took the skirt off, it would look better and not so heavy. And that's about it for right now.
Thank you, Diane. Jesse?
Yeah, I don't have much to concern. It's a nice design. Really can't see it from anywhere too much except from that front elevation way down a crooked little road. it all looks a little high, so anything you can do to maybe mitigate the roof walk to make it not as prominent would be helpful. Maybe Steve's suggestion, I'm not sure.
Thanks. Abby?
I think it's a charming house, very nice design in general. I think that the main massing is a little heavy with all of that roof. And I actually would like to see the roof come down a couple of feet, to sort of be proportionally correct. You see this mass here is the overwhelming mass. And I'm not sure what I feel about the roof walk. I think I'm okay with the way you've gone it with the skirt. Oh, colors, what are the trim colors? White and sash?
White.
White, and the roof walk is natural to weather?
Yes, we are proposing the whole thing natural to weather and a wood roof.
And the roof material?
Wood.
Very nice. Yeah, that's all. I would like to see that, the main massing, height of that roof come down a couple of feet. I'd be happy with it.
Thanks, Abby. I think it's a great looking design. Sounds like most of the concerns have to do with the roof walk. And I think that Abby's concern, if you will, about the height of the building is really of the fact that the main mass is actually a little bit narrower than you normally see. Because I think it was, like if this building was 5 feet wider, it wouldn't seem as tall, ironically. But having said that, I think that if you're able to do a little something with the roof walk, you're making it wider?
I'm just wondering if that's the problem.
Couple of feet.
You've got that quite an overhang
Well,
there.
the only point that I'm making is, this building isn't necessarily any higher than the other building.
Right.
The roof pitch is a good one. I'd hate to see that be less than what it is now. The roof walk is a little bit larger than what our guidelines say, which is essentially a third of the ridge line, which we interpret very sort of sporadically. But I like the design, so I think that if you focus on main mass and some sort of perceived idea of reducing the verticality of it, which might have something to do with the roof walk, that you'd be in good shape. So doesn't sound like
make
you got
a
a lot.
motion called for a revision.
Yeah, minor. Yeah,
So we-
absolutely.
Yeah, very nice.
Great
Ask-
design.
So we ask for it to be continued now to Thursday?
Yeah, so first we have a motion on the table for minor revisions to the main house. All those in favor?
Aye.
Diane's motion. And so we're gonna take everything else now and move it to Thursday, okay?
Right.
Just because,
We all turn into
we're kind of fried. We turned into pumpkins around at 7 o'clock. So thanks.